Morning to everyone. Welcome back to the December board meeting. I hope that you are all keeping well despite the cold weather outside. But I think that this beautiful day, blue sky, sunny, etc., compensates the extreme cold outside. And this beautiful room that I will never be tired of, because it's so nice to be here and have the opportunity of see these views and this beautiful day. So we still have an interesting agenda ahead of us. So this morning we will continue discussing the documents and the proposals submitted by the FCG project team. First, we will discuss the document on the linkages with ISQM1, which has been a topic that has been very intensively and frequently discussed with stakeholders and even internally. And then the board will have the opportunity to discuss, analyze, and come up with suggestions, proposals, and comments on the outreach plan that the project team and board advisors have prepared to engage with stakeholders over the next few months after the viewpoints are agreed. So this is the plan for this morning, and in the afternoon we will have an update from Luigi and Sylvia on the IMAC work and news. It's starting to have some contributions, which will be very helpful. I'll say what I have to say in the afternoon, but it's going to be an important moment as well, because this is really the follow-up of the work that we have done during 2 years to approve the IESBA and all the questions that were raised about the complexity, implementability, and etc. The decision to create this group was really something really important to make this work well. But we'll go to that in the afternoon. So for now, the job is still to focus on FCG, on Firm Culture and Governance. And I will give the floor to Jeff to present on the ISQM1 linkages for now, right?
We still have a few comments from board members.
Sorry. That's right. So we need to go back to the options. And we had some people who had offered to speak, and it was Sunam, Hector, and there was someone here, Yohai, I think, and Nancy. The four of you, I'm sorry, who still have will still have the floor for your comments. And I think that you can start now, right? So
yes, we're happy to receive the other feedback comments.
Okay, Sunam, please.
It's about seeking input on the 5 options. On one hand, I can understand the benefit of seeking input from stakeholders, but on the other hand, I have a concern. If we present our options and ask them providers their input or preference on each of the 5 options, they'll have, I believe, high expectation that our board will take it seriously. And so it may leave us little or no room to make a decision in June, which is different from their preference or input. That's my little concern. Secondly, I believe we need to be clearer in connection with the new terms that have never been used in the code before. For instance, overarching requirements, guiding principle, strongly encourage. I think those are very new even to us. So these may trigger other deeper questions during outreach. I think we may not be prepared to answer them correctly. So we need to be well prepared. That's my observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunam. Nancy, please.
Yeah. Thank you. I probably am just going to more or less repeat some of the comments that were made yesterday afternoon. But I do want to emphasize that as we go into this, and first, maybe, I really appreciate seeing some of these options laid out. It helps me kind of visualize the different kinds of things we're thinking about. While I appreciate that Sadia was like, maybe we collapse this so as to make it less complicated, part of me feels that, at least for some of the stakeholders I'm hearing from, seeing all these options, and being able to consider them probably will give them some idea of the options that are available. And I think particularly, Gabriella, you made a comment yesterday that resonated with me is it's not an all or nothing optionality. It may very well depend on the particular aspects that we're talking about. And I think having those discussions with stakeholders and getting feedback on that, I think will both help our communication and outreach to those stakeholders and their understanding of what the process is going to look like going forward. But I think we'll also get you better input. The thing though that really struck me as we were talking about this, I think gets back to, I think maybe Mark and Sadia also had similar comments about having some sort of criteria in terms of how are we going to evaluate what is the right answer. And maybe it's not developing that before we have those conversations. Maybe that's part of the conversation with the feedback that you get is, what would be the kinds of things that might trigger, say, option A versus option C or E, whatever that might be. But I think at the end of the day, this group, the board, is going to need with options proposed by the staff to understand how we're evaluating when we're going to be making those choices. And so I think it is going to be important that we begin soonish on thinking about what that criteria look like, so we have an appropriate evaluation methodology when we get that feedback back. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nancy, and that's very helpful. That topic has already been mentioned here. It was somehow, in some ways, mentioned at the Forum of Firms meeting as well. So, and of course, we will need to have some kind of criteria, some kind of methodology, but it's important that you come back to that topic, because we cannot make a decision based on, just perceptions or whatever. So thank you for that. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday, I thought my comment would be controversial, but I'm pretty much aligned with what Sungnam said in terms that I believe that this is a decision for this board. I'm happy to communicate with stakeholders that these are the options that we're going to be analyzing, but I don't think we need to have feedback on their side about how they would like us to do it, because we haven't even decided if it's going to be what we are building, if it's going to be A, B, C, D. So we need to have all the options open. So I'm happy to communicate this to stakeholders, but not to ask their opinion about what way we should go. I think that is for this board, and it's our responsibility to use all the tools that we have to reach the outcome that we want to construct.
Thank you very much. Hector, Yohai, please.
Thank you, Chair. So to determine the most appropriate approach for developing the FCG framework, concerning the needs that must be addressed is important. I think this begins with specifying issues in current practices, then comparing the issues specified with the existing standards like ISQM1 and IESBA code. It should be clarified whether development of standards or the creation of a NAM is necessary, or whether the standards are adequate and the problem lies in the application. If gaps exist between the standards and the practices, NAM alone may not be sufficient. So I look forward to these considerations being addressed with the upcoming outreach in the following the outreach. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Yohai. James, please.
I think the question that will frame the conversation in outreach is, how does your view change on the viewpoints under either scenario? So we don't necessarily want the answer, but there's going to be a reaction and an assumption. They'll say, I like these, assuming that they're guidance, assuming that they're outside the code. I'm less comfortable if they're inside the code. So I don't think we have to have what's the best answer, but we have to understand the context. And they're interpreting and they're feeding us back under one scenario. It's inside the code. I can live with it. It would be highly. So I do think we should just make sure that we're having that perspective are they feeding us back under the assumption or under the, it's inside? So basically, how does your viewpoint change in the discussion on the principles, depending on whether it's inside or outside the code? Some people will be much more open to ambitious language, aspirational language, directional if it's outside. Others may say, well, if it's inside the code, my viewpoint changes and it has to be X, Y, or Z. So I don't know, I don't think we need an answer of A through E. We just need to understand what context they're providing the feedback in.
Thank you very much, James. Robert, please.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just make a quick intervention on that at this point
Sure.
as well? I think that the approach which is developing as a consensus around the table at the moment with Nancy's and James's comments is very helpful. We've got a sort of substance and form issue here. We've got the form potential options for the form sitting in front of us. It's probably premature to be starting to talk about what that form might look like. But in substance, there's certainly a need for the board to start considering at this point what the methodology might be, to use Nancy's term. And Ken, I wonder whether the PIF qualitative characteristics might be of some help here. We have enforceability, understandability, scalability, and various principles like that, which might be helpful. Thank you.
Ken, please.
Yes, in a way, one of the options is in a way anchored in the code already, and that's option C. Because in the code, there are at least a few provisions that already speak to the matter of and the topic of ethical culture. I read an extract yesterday of one of those provisions. It sits in section 120. In fact, there are a few paragraphs that address organizational culture, broadly speaking, not just in relation to firms, but also or organizationally. So whether they are entities or whether they are firms. And those provisions already touch on a number of the elements in the framework. So ethical leadership, accountability, education and training, speaking up, open the culture of open discussion and challenge. And there is going to be a question to the board, and we've heard already from certain groups of stakeholders. The S&P advisory group, for example, have made it very clear that from their perspective, essentially it's only non-authoritative material that will work for them. They really don't see a reason to have any provisions in the code. And if the board were to go simply with non-authoritative material, the board would have to make a decision as to what it should be doing with the existing provisions. If the board were to take those existing provisions out of the code, there's going to be a question as to whether, in fact, the board is weakening the code in the sense that it's stripping away all the provisions, all the existing provisions that address ethical culture, albeit there are no requirements in the code. But these are essentially, is in a way, principles-based guidance in the code, and putting them in non-authoritative material. Something would have to be done with the existing material. So it's not just a matter of we're going to develop the framework outside of the code, and guess what? There are still some remnants of ethical culture that are sitting in the code, and it's going to be looking a bit weird to have a comprehensive framework that would sit in non-authoritative material, and then, well, we still have certain characteristics that speak to ethical culture in the code. So, in a way, there's a bit of a baseline, is what I'm saying, that is sitting in the code, and there is going to be a bit of a threshold question for the board here as to what to do with that material, and whether that should in fact be the starting point. Is that a stepping stone to then deciding to what extent to go forward with the framework? Is it going to be, for example, just expanding that guidance and make it more comprehensive, covering in effect the entirety of the elements? Or should the board come up with either options A or B, with some overarching requirements or some specificities in terms of a bit more prescription with the supporting material? And of course, the non-authoritative material is also a possibility. It's not by any means mutually exclusive. So I just want to really make sure that the board understands that it is not starting with blank sheet of paper. There is already content in the code, and it will have to make a determination as to what to do with that content.
Thank you, Ken. Rich, please.
Thank you. Ken, you raise an interesting perspective. I guess I was thinking you can think about leaving what's in the code as is and saying this is NAM that further clarifies that. But I'm really thinking about this, if it's outside the code, different than how we think about we issue a set of Q&As on a new standard and call that NAM. I think we could think about this as a document that, as the one option says, sets some guiding principles that people could consider when they think about the development and enhancement of their ethical culture. And I think that's a valid approach that we could think about, because everything we do is we've talked about a number of these things, and some of the things I think we're going to hear about on the plan for other activities, which are being called NAM, they're not necessarily NAM as we've traditionally issued it. They're more like the white paper that the technology working group issued years ago, and I think there was some others on that involve role and mindset. I think we ought to think about this a little differently, because one of the other things I've been told, and I think we're gonna hear from the professions, the firms, stakeholders as they continue to interact with us, is that the firms take the view that if we issue like a set of FAQs we just issued on experts, they treat that as you have to follow that. And not that I wouldn't want them following the framework, but I think we have to be careful around some questions that are going to come up, especially when we say, would be voluntary and strongly encouraged for adoption. I think that's fine, but I think we have to tee this up as something that is in that category as opposed to the traditional NAM, because I think there's some concerns on a number of stakeholders' parts, not just the profession, that depending on how we believe strongly in high-level principles, that can be a challenge when somebody decides to apply their own interpretation to how to apply that, right? And so I think we need to maybe think about this as being beyond traditional NAM as an option, I think, which is part of what D says, but I'm not 100% sure of that. But I do think we could leave the existing code alone if we chose to. So thank you.
Thank you, Rich. And
Maybe I'll just add a bit more context to what Rich has said. The board in the past has issued interpretations to the code. There used to be an interpretation, a single interpretation to the code that's set in the independent section. The board withdrew that a number of years ago when it essentially made a very comprehensive revision to the independent standards. And that was, in effect, what the board called other pronouncements. It wasn't a standard. There were no requirements in that interpretation, but essentially was guidance that was sitting as a standalone, as in effect is an interpretation. It was called an interpretation. It wasn't so much a section even. It was just an interpretation that was attached to what is now Section 400, in effect, that addressed the specificities of a particular sector. I think in that case, it was the oil and gas industry. So that has been taken away, but in the FAQSMOs, the statements of membership obligations, there's a reference to the standards of IESBA or other pronouncements. So the concept of a standalone set of guiding principles could be, if the board were to go down that path, be in effect an other pronouncement of IESBA. It wouldn't be a standard because it would be sitting outside the code, no requirements per se, but guiding principles, and it can be, that could be drafted in a way that would not have prescriptive requirements, but essentially these would be guiding principles. And that document essentially would be developed with full due process. Ideally with the benefit and informed by the public interest framework. So the board could take that path under option D, And that is something that also could be explored with stakeholders. But all to say is that this is very much an option that is on the table for the board to consider, and maybe it's not a decision maybe at this point in time. Maybe there's a discussion to be had with stakeholders, and we can collect the feedback. To Sung Nam's earlier question, where maybe option D has never been known by the board, where yes and no. Again, in the context of that interpretation, the board has issued a document that wasn't a standard before, and it was sitting inside the code. But there are avenues for the board to proceed in developing a set of guiding principles, especially on the option D. And that could be discussed with the firms, large firms, smaller practices, etc. And the board could explore whether there would be interest, appetite, and willingness to embrace that set of principles outside of the code to help them and guide them in terms of how to then implement and institutionalize an ethical framework within their practices. So that's, I really just want to make sure that the board understands the context and also what could be possible in terms of the way forward.
Thank you, Ken. Mark, please.
I think Rich raises a really interesting point, which sort of makes me think about what our experience has been with the audit firm governance code in the UK. And that is, we developed the code. It has been around for 15 years. Whenever we revise the code, it's subject to full due process and public consultation. But nevertheless, the power of that code is not as a set of requirements, but as a resource that firms have used. And for instance, if I look at what has happened in UK firms on culture, there is no question that the heavy lift in improving culture has been done by the firms. We have worked with the firms and we have evaluated the effectiveness of their work, and we have reported on the effectiveness of their work. But nevertheless, the work has been not done by us as the regulator. It has been that we have provided a series of tools that firms have chosen to use to strengthen their governance, their challenge, and improve their culture. And so that was a helpful prompt, because it's not about necessarily something that you have to do. It is something that is persuasive because it delivers good ethical outcomes, and those good ethical outcomes on their own give you a reason for doing it. And so, quite often in any environment where you're setting requirements, you are pushing behavior. And to my mind, this is more one where the behavior is pulled, because you have a resource that you can use and people want to use it because where it gets you to is a better place than you currently are. So I see that as being an important consideration of where the board decides to go with its options. Is, do we have the confidence to say that we believe this drives the right outcomes and people will go and use it, rather than the sort of traditional approach, which has been, here are things that you should do, and somewhere there is a mechanism that says, why didn't you do these? Actually, the results speak for itself, and all you actually need is transparency to drive and embed that process.
Thank you very much, Mark. That is very helpful. And I'll go back to your comments, but for now, Luigi, please.
I think that during the stakeholder engagement that we are planning in the next month, this framework of options and what it could be in practice, it should be discussed with all stakeholders, basically, because the content is really dependent upon the form in this case. And therefore, everyone that is engaged should be very aware of which could be the option on the table and the relating consequences in terms of content, in terms of approach, in terms of what Mark said before. And this should be very, very clear to everyone. Otherwise, we could get comments not necessarily aligned to this framework. It is not a matter of asking which one is better. It is a matter of understanding the impact of each options and the content of each option.
Thank you, Luigi. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is mostly to clarify if I am understanding correctly, but if I take a step back, I understand that we discussed resequencing and we agreed to go first with NAM. So we are going to produce NAM. Then we're going to assess that NAM that we're producing, and we're going to decide whether that creates a framework that we find appropriate. And we may take elements of that framework and put them at a higher level than NAM. But until we have built the framework at the NAM level, how are we going to decide whether this is going to be inside or outside of the code? If you look at the legislation of any country, you have the constitution, you have the law, you have administrative rules, you have guidance, you have recommendations. If we are building a framework, I think we need to have our options open, and we may have one requirement in the code, or we may have none. We may have 10, but that is something that we need to decide once we have build the framework and decide for this framework to work, what level of authority it needs to have. What kind of, I agree with Mark in the sense that if we don't convince people that this is useful for them, if it doesn't add value, if it's not helpful, we're going to have a lot of resistance to do anything with it. But if we start with the resequencing at the NAM level and we produce something that is useful, it might be much easier to decide which parts of this construction need to be at a higher level and which parts can remain at the NAM level. That's what I understood we were doing. So this discussion about we need to tell stakeholders that all these options are open, but that we are not going to decide this until we have created a framework.
Thank you very much, Hector. So no one else? So I'll try to summarize what we heard here, but please correct me if I'm wrong, and it's been very helpful. So we heard that we should not consult or ask about the options, and we should have clear that we have options, and I think that's what the agreement around the table. We need to be clear and that we have some options, but not necessarily consult or ask about the preferred option for two reasons. First, because it leaves us without space to decide. And secondly, because we don't know enough. That's why we are going to go into this outreach campaign. We don't know enough today, and the stakeholders don't know enough to be clear about what the best option could be, right? So I think this was one of the conclusions. The other was that maybe we should trim or summarize or synthesize a little bit these options into two tiers, like Sadia proposed yesterday in the code, outside the code, authoritative, mandatory, not mandatory. Of course, I think that if we go, and I agree that probably we need to simplify, but if we go in that direction, I think that we still need to be clear that within those options, there are some options or combinations of options, not to limit the options like mandatory, not mandatory, and probably the combination is a third option. So this was, I think, also a conclusion here. Then we have to have some kind of methodology, at least internally, to be assessing as we go on outreach, to be assessing, evaluating what should be treated in some way, if some elements should go into the framework or should not go into the framework, they needed to be mandatory or not, so some kind of elements. And Robert, to your point, if that could be the PIF, I remember that that was my answer at the farmer farms, but of course we can think about the PIF and maybe we need something else or maybe we don't need all the elements. But I think that, of course, the PIF is a good start, a very good start for this assessment. I heard you well, very well, Mark, and that's a very interesting perspective. That and this idea of that should we push behavior or should we pull behavior, and should this be an instrument for one or the other? And that's something that we must have in mind as well. And this idea that this should be above all, above everything, an instrument that drives firms to embed an ethical culture and elevate behavior and etc. It's of course our ultimate purpose. It's nothing else but that. That's the objective. To be clear, now it's one of those moments where we need to have also clear the difference between a regulator and what we are, because we don't have the instruments. We don't have the instruments, the same instruments that you have as a regulator, even if it's not mandatory. You have the instruments to report, to go speak with the firms and etc. Have some kind of persuasive approach and etc. That we don't have. So I would see, for instance, as an alternative, some kind of commitment, pre-commitment to engage and accept this. Mm-hmm. And lastly, as conclusions, we need to communicate the options, that we have options. We do not need to ask. So I already said that, but I think that it's important that we have this clear, that we are not going out to say which option do you prefer. That will be decided after. And to your point, Hector. This word NAM, I think that in this project, it would be probably better to decide not to use it because it confuses everyone. Myself, what is NAM, what is not NAM, but these viewpoints, these viewpoints probably are what we need exactly they are not a framework, but what we are going to do over the next times is to see what we can do with these viewpoints to form or build a framework. So I think that this work will be done in parallel as we go and we start understanding what should go into the framework, how it should go into the framework. Then probably in our mind, it will start also being clear what kind of framework we need to have. So I don't think that we should do it necessarily in different steps. First, we have a framework, and then we'll see what kind of framework this will. I think this will go in parallel. But certainly, I think that we are all in agreement that this is too early days, and Robert also said it. It's too early days for us to say, or for anyone, our stakeholders to say, no, I like option A, or I like option D, and this is the one we should go, because it will depend on what this framework is going to be, right? It was your point.
And listening to you, I think maybe what I wasn't clear. I think the framework is composed of different elements. There may be just a description of practices that has no authority, but it's part of the framework because it helps. And we may have a requirement in the code. And
right.
So until we have the material, the substance, we are not going to know which hierarchy each element should have.
No, of course. I think that's the work that we will be doing over the next months, is to understand what kind of authority and format and etc. each element of this framework will have, so that we are going to be able to make a decision. So I think that if anyone disagrees or have anything else, Rania, please.
No, I just have a question. So if I understand this correctly, so we're saying that perhaps the different options are not mutually exclusive. I mean, we could go for some, if ultimately, for example, what Hector is saying, yeah, like some elements might go into the code, some others might be, yeah. Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking as to how to help advance a bit of the conversation here on the options. And to Luigi's question, in effect, we're going to have to go to the stakeholders, and they will be looking at the options, and they will be wanting to understand the consequences, the implications. So what does option A mean for me? What do you have in mind as an overarching requirement or requirements? And we need to be able to illustrate so that we help stakeholders really understand what this might mean for them, so that they can then weigh in to say, well, we think we can work with this, or we don't think this is going to work for us. Practically speaking, we don't see how realistically we can implement this across the entirety of our firms. So under option A, option B, option C, etc. So I think we can explain some of those options. I don't think they are necessarily overly complicated. For example, option A, I just illustrated yesterday what might be one overarching requirement. Essentially, that would be in the code under which we would hang whether it's application material or whether it's material that would sit outside the code. But essentially, it is a very simple requirement that says a firm shall promote an ethical culture across the range of its services, or maybe it's leadership in the firm shall promote an ethical culture. And if people hear that, well, it's hard to argue against. I mean, who would argue? I mean, which firm would step forward and say, no, we're not for an ethical culture across our services? That's almost kind of, either you take the code or you don't take the code. So that is a very simple example of having an overarching requirement, and then it's very easy for the board to come up with the guidance and then make a determination as to whether that would be more appropriate to be in the code or outside the code. The second option, which is a separate section with more specific requirement, almost by definition is going to be more prescriptive. So we would go across the 8 elements: leadership, governance, accountability, etc., and identify which ones of those viewpoints could possibly be overarching requirements or key principles that would be articulated as requirements. And of course, we will be guided again by the public interest framework, but we would identify a series of requirements that collectively would form the framework. And these requirements, of course, would be enforceable. And firms might say, well, let us think a bit more carefully about this. Admittedly, we won't have anything to present because as we stand today, we don't have the framework, so to speak, because all we have are the sets of viewpoints, which can then evolve into the framework. But if we were to paint a bit of a picture, it would be a collection of very specific requirements, principles-based, that would then articulate the framework. The third option essentially is an expansion of a bit of the provisions that we have in the code, and it's just application material, no requirements, and these are going to be helpful in and of themselves, because collectively those provisions would paint the entirety of the framework and emphasize the importance of all the aspects that we have been picking up length during the course of this work stream, right? All the 8 elements and so forth. The fourth option is a bit along the lines of what Mark has explained earlier. And essentially, it's a bit of the approach that has been taken in the UK with the Audit Firm Governance Code. It is a very useful document that guides firms. It's a very useful resource to help firms understand what they could put in place that would help them have the proper governance arrangements across a range of their services. And of course, it's not all firms, but certain firms that do, I think, the PI audits. So it would be very, very specific and very clear as to what firms can be guided to put in place relative to governance. And the last option, it's essentially just non-authoritative material that would have to hang, if really it's non-authoritative material, in the sense that the board understands to be NAM, that would have to hang off certain provisions in the code. And there are provisions in the code that speak to culture. So essentially, it's going to be an elaboration in guidance outside of the code of some of those provisions that sit in the code, which I mentioned earlier today. And Chana also has spoken a bit about this earlier in the discussion. Or the board could commission looser materials. I call them looser because they would not be hanging off the code necessarily, but essentially these would be explanatory materials, maybe even white papers that we speak about the different elements of the framework, but essentially they would be supporting materials, right? So they won't have that level of authority, and the board may not even need to go through due process with those materials, because it could be that the board asks the staff or commissions some external facilitators to help develop those materials, working with the staff, etc. Of course, the board would consider those materials and then can issue them as it agrees them. But essentially, there wouldn't be the rigor of due process that would normally attach to something that's a bit more authoritative. So I think we can explain a bit of those options with a bit more specificity to help stakeholders really understand what the implications might be without necessarily saying, here's a straw man of option A, here's a straw man of option B, etc. Because I think for the board to come up with those examples, straw man, etc., well, we're going to have to develop those to start with. And that might take kind of 2 quarters, for the board to even discuss them. So is this going to help advance the discussion any further to spend an additional 6 months to develop, mock-ups of the different options? Or do we understand sufficiently at a broad level what those constructs might look like, and have those discussions and get feedback from stakeholders as to what they think about the different options?
Chana, please.
So a few points. I think I'm with Rich that whatever is in the code should remain. I mean, those have been in the code for a long time. So those should remain. In respect of the options, I mean, I don't have a problem in sort of asking stakeholders for some reactions, but ultimately it will be up to this board to decide which way to go. But at least we have heard if there are concerns, let's say with option B, what are those concerns are, and are those valid concerns? So as long as everybody understands that all options are open, then we have sort of at least heard the pros and cons of each option from different stakeholders. I struggle with breaking up the 8 elements because I think the 8 elements work together. And so it's not about putting 3 in there and 4 over there. So I think at the end of the day, we will have to keep the 8 elements together, because all the work we have done so far is sort of showing that those 8 are integrated.
Thank you. So Chana just reminded me of something we've talked about before at the board level, and that's the importance of illustrating or showing a schematic of how things fit together. So whether we do that through some kind of infographic or whatever we do, that to me is how we keep it connected. And then the discussion around what sits where becomes perhaps not less important, but less critical. Like there's not going to be a big gap that's created because you've got this visual and it's really clear. The other thing I was thinking about when Ken was talking through the 5 options and what some of the implications meant, I was just stepping back and thinking, part of what we've been talking about is we're not going to describe how it's done. That's for the firms to decide. So when we talk about the principles, what the objectives are they need to achieve, or the outcomes or whatever, then I think it's back to the point that Ken made. I would really struggle to understand how a stakeholder could reject that, because the inference of that statement is quite profound. So I'm not uncomfortable with where we're at, if I'm honest, because I think we're going to move in a principle-based approach. And as long as we don't get prescriptive around how and start getting into process, which I think goes beyond what would be helpful, certainly in the context of the code, I'm really not stressed. And I think the suggestion that Hector gave a little bit earlier around it's fine, and maybe Ken, if you could summarize what you talked about, like this is the implication broadly of what those five meant, and here's an example, a very simple example of what it meant, then I think having that conversation with the stakeholders in the outreach that's done becomes very natural. Because you're not asking them, well, which do you want us to choose? It's just like, these are the considerations we have, which was Hector's solution, and get their reaction. And see, and if there's resistance, why is there resistance? What specifically is the problem? Because we're not talking about process, we're talking about principle and outcome. So that was just, so I want to emphasize that schematic, the drawing, because I think that's going to be very helpful. And it's not necessarily what we've done historically, but it would be a good way. But then as long as we state a principle and don't go to process, I'm a lot less stressed about which of these five options would be the way to go.
Thank you, David. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Jess. So, I think the idea is now we have the idea of what the framework will look like and what the contents are. It's the timing to hear some views about where it should where it will be appropriate to put that framework. One thing, so I think it's not appropriate to put the framework into bits and pieces, but I think framework, the current one, should be there as a whole. And what I have been saying is farm culture and governance is not something that we should force the farm to do, but it will always be effective if the farm proactively take action. So, and we had a dilemma as a standing setting board. We can only make standards, but as that will contradict with, it will be like forcing, and so how to make it happen. And so for me, I didn't, in my mind, option A, B, C didn't exist. I thought it will be D or E, and the matter will be how to treat this, not as a requirement, but something to help the farm to increase farm culture and governance. And the difference of option D and E will be really the if it's the none that we have been talking, it can be something that can be in the homepage where we can't find it. It can go be gone. So, but if we treat like option D, it will be always there where we can see, but it will be at least a guiding principle. So that's my view about this FCG framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. Hector, please.
Sorry, Chair, to take the floor again. I promise it will be the last time on this topic. I'm struggling with at least my desire that whatever we produce is useful, as Mark was saying, so that firms see this and say, oh, I could work with this. Even if it's not mandatory, this is useful. I don't think the viewpoints are there. That's my opinion. I don't think they are useful in terms that a firm can take the viewpoints and apply them. They will have to decide, okay, how do I get there? There's a lot of work to be done from a viewpoint to actually having a program at the firm level. So I think there is a gap there. If we are discussing whether this is going to be an overarching requirement or application material, at this point, what we are saying to firms is, please sign a blank check that whatever we come up in that gap, you're going to like it and you're going to be forced to apply it, and it will not create bureaucracy, it will not waste your money. That's the problem. We are anticipating a discussion before having the actual expectations and the actual recommendations on how to apply a culture and governance framework that is conducive to a more ethical behavior. Until we have that, it's very difficult to have this conversation whether this is going to be an overarching principle and then NAM or requirements and application material. So I think this is too anticipated, and unless we cover that gap and we say, okay, how do we exercise leadership in a good way? What are the examples? What are the best practices? This is the way to do it. These are cases, real cases. This is what happened. This is the kind of training that leaders have to undergo. Then whatever we're discussing is creating an expectation that we may come up with something crazy that with a difficult to comply with requirement, with a lot of bureaucracy. And I understand it will be, I would say, okay, keep it outside the code. But by making that decision, it's determining the kind of content that we are going to come up. And I think we should be deciding which content we come up with, and then present it to stakeholders and say, do you agree that this should go here? This should go here or here? Sorry, that's my struggle with it.
No, you don't have to be sorry. Mark, yes, but just to see if I understood well, Hector, so your approach is let's have a framework, a draft framework, working based on the viewpoints. We work on the viewpoints, see what from these viewpoints could form a draft framework. And then with that in hand, then we will be in a position to decide what kind of format or authority or whatever that framework might have, right? That's your approach. I understood well. That's a little bit yours as well, Tomoyo, even if I understood that in your mind, the format is already something that you had already clear that should be something around option D or something like that, right?
So I think the framework is almost there. And to Hector's point, so if we have this, whatever we call the guiding principle or authoritative material, we can add contents there to help the farm to do. So maybe as Hector says, maybe the viewpoint is still too high level and may not make any change to the farm. But if we have this one, we can add training materials, or we can start discussion and keep enhancing that. So that's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria and Hector. Please.
Thank you. So I just wanted, I'm hearing all the viewpoints around the table, and I think they all have merit, but I think based on what Hector is saying, I think perhaps one of the concerns then is that the input that we receive from the stakeholders is really misinformed, because we still don't have a clear idea about what those viewpoints or what the framework effectively is going to look like. And so if we feel that we're still a bit far from that framework that we ultimately would like to get to, then perhaps it's difficult for the stakeholders to really properly and weigh in on the different options. In an informed manner. So yeah.
I think that Rania, from what we heard here, we are not exactly expecting the stakeholders to weigh in on the format. What we are going to discuss is about around each one of the viewpoints and elements and etc. Discuss with them, understand how it works and etc. And then see what kind of format they could have. So I think that, but we need to have clarity here about how are we going to do this? Because I'm hearing different things. I'm hearing people saying, no, let's, okay, I'm happy to communicate that we have options and these are the options, and or there may be others or whatever. And for clarity, these options were born when we internally understood that it was necessary to provide clarity to stakeholders that nothing has been decided in that respect, to manage misperception that was outside, that you have already decided that you are going to do standards. So this was a way, a fair and honest way of saying no, but no, that's not. It's not been decided. There is this option and the other and the other. It was not necessarily created to go out and say, well, we have all these options and let's analyze each one of them and etc. So we need to decide what we want to do, and that's I'm not from this discussion. I'm not yet there in terms of what the board prefers to do, because I hear, okay, I'm happy to communicate that we have options, but let's work on the viewpoints. Let's create something from the discussions and then test it against the different options that we have. But I'm also hearing that people say that they will not be able to say if accountability, blah, 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 is fine before they know if this is going to be mandatory in the code, outside the code, or whatever. And that's what we need to decide. And from this discussion, I confess that I'm not there yet. At least it's probably my problem, but I did not get that we have a consensus here about what we want to do with this option. So I think that the consensus is that these options theoretically work as a work instrument. None of the options are completely crazy or and impossible or whatever. So there is comfort around the table around that. But we need to decide on two things because I'm hearing contradictory things. One is, are we going to present these 5 options as option A, B, C, etc., the 5 options? Are we going to trim the options as it was also proposed and say, okay, in general, we have options, which is mandatory, not mandatory, and then sub options or combinations, but not be that strict and rigid in terms of the options and the way we present them. So we need to decide how we are going to present this, and we need to decide what we want to do and which work methodology and approach we want to adopt. I was listening to this, but I'm not going to say before I listen to Mark. I'm sorry. Mark and Ken.
So in a sense, I'm sort of reasonably comfortable because if this works, it's going to do a whole range of different things. We're not just asking for a framework that does one thing. So firstly, I think the sort of the 8 areas that we've settled on are the right areas. They're the right building blocks in terms of firm culture and governance. I think the experience of looking back over our code has been no 2 firms are the same. So if you look at those 8 areas, and this is not drawn from reality, but as an example, different firms will do 2 of them really well, and they won't need much to do. And different firms will do 2 of them really badly, and they'll have a lot to do. And they'll have about 4 in the middle where there's something, but it won't be the same. So what we're trying to provide is something that is, I think, directional and aspirational, but it can't be prescriptive because no 2 firms will require the same improvements to their culture and governance, in part because different firms have different structures and they work in different ways. They're, more centralized or less centralized, or more federal or less federal. And they also have different cultures. And that's, that happens in any organization. It's not just something that happens in audit firms. So in a sense, we have to balance the need to provide a framework of principles and material that helps with the application of those principles, at the same time recognizing there is no one right answer, because you are trying to help different firms at different stages of development in respect of each of those 8 areas. And if we overspecify, we'll end up with something that works really well for one, but doesn't work well for others. And if we stick to the principles, we can continue to engage and maintain a dialogue and work out what additional stuff we need to build to support those principles as people use them more. And I think, when we first started talking about firm culture and governance, I did say from a UK perspective, we've been doing this for 15 years, but it didn't go right in year one. Changing culture and governance is a medium term exercise. So we shouldn't approach this by thinking there is, that it's a one and done, that that you get the right thing and move on, because it is an evolution, and therefore we need to have something within those options that gives us the flexibility to deal with that evolution, rather than something that, for the very best reasons about wanting to help people progress, is almost limiting, because it works for a specific circumstance, not a range of circumstances.
Thank you very much, Mark. First, it's very important to hear from the UK and the FRC on the experience that you already have on a similar topic and approach. I heard last week in that conference that I mentioned yesterday, the Anneke, what's her name? Saying it took 7 years for us to start seeing the results. Well, of course, again, the instruments that the FRC, because of its nature as a regulator, are different from any instruments that we may have. But it was very clear that it was a 7 years journey until the results start coming out. So that's clear. This is a completely different thing. It's as you say, it's a journey. It's evolutionary. It's something that we will see through times. But and I think that we all have that more or less clear that this is not going to happen on day one. We were saying that for sustainability, but if anything, this is much more difficult. It's not difficult. It's by nature. It's something that will start giving you results over time. Still, we need to decide because I don't think we can get out of here without having an agreement about how we and the staff, myself, etc., over the next times, and each one of you will address this topic. So, Sadia, please.
I spoke very early on this item, and upon reflection, I am actually seeing merit in actually disclosing what's option A to option E. I think we have building blocks at the moment, and these building blocks could either build towers from A to E, and we should be transparent in how this could come to light. I really like the idea of having a visual, the one that David mentioned, that if we have a visual of how all of these fit together, what option A could look like, what option B could look like. I think that hearing the reflections from stakeholders around the table, that they would be meriting in disclosing more. I think disclosing and being transparent versus asking for preferences is different. I think we should show everyone things, but I think it's within the limit of this board in the end to make a decision on how this would be built after 6 months of consultation.
Thank you, Sadia. But I think that we are a little bit on the chicken and the egg thing, because how can we show people how it works with option A, B, C before we know which exactly is going to go into this framework? So we have here a conundrum that we'll have to solve. David, again.
Yeah, I wanted to just build a little bit off of something that Mark was saying, because I find myself, from a preparer point of view, very much aligned with what Mark said. I think that resonates with me really clearly. I think there are commonalities, and I think I've expressed this before across. But to answer your specific question, Gabriella, around what should we do, the way I see this outreach happening is a discussion and a sharing of the viewpoints, getting feedback. What are your thoughts? What are the practical challenges? What are the things you like? And as that discussion happens, there'll be a natural understanding of where they see this framework coming, and it will help us visualize what it looks like. And to me, that seems like the first step, because to get into options before you even understand their views on the viewpoints and the application and how it might come to life in practice, I find it difficult to have that conversation around options A through whatever. So I think, to me, that's the next natural step that we do. And then I think as part of that, once this framework starts to become more clear to us as well, and we can debate it and say, yes, this makes sense, this doesn't, my gut sense tells me, and I granted we don't make decisions based on gut, but my gut sense tells me there'll be a natural view as to how to best achieve it. And I think that consensus will end up coming very naturally through the outreach with the various stakeholder groups. And yes, to Mark's point, there will be differences of maturity in application and how that works, and to points that Nancy and Rich have made around firm differences within a network. And as long as we've got clarity around that framework, and then we've got examples of how that comes to life, whether we call them NAM or, again, name doesn't matter, but just this is what it means in terms of a particular outcome, much like viewpoints are taking, this is what it looks like in practice. We're not telling the firms how to do it. We're just simply saying, for example, when you create a culture where there's no fear of retaliation, where there's open discussion, that's the principle. How you achieve it is up to you, because then it takes into consideration cultural differences, geographic, etc. So to me, the first step is let's get the viewpoint socialized, the feedback. Then I think the framework will naturally start taking shape. And then I think we can have conversations after that around what the way forward is to actually embed it in some way in the context of what we do. So that were my thoughts.
Yeah. Thank you, David. I think that this leads us to think that maybe we might park the options for now, making clear that they exist, because again, the purpose is to avoid that anyone thinks that this board has made a pre-decision about what this should be. Park the options for now, work on the viewpoints and on a possible framework, understand what content that framework could have, and etc. And then go back to the options, these other options, and see how it could be, but because it's probably not this, but I'm trying to build a decision as I listen to you. Christelle, please.
I understand the sort of negotiated output here. I think it's not so natural to cut defiance. It doesn't defiance. I mean doubt and suspicion, etc. That you have something in your head despite what you expose here. So saying we have worked on the 8 viewpoints and we are here to share with you what you think about that. Depending on the stakeholders, those who have suspicion might have some reluctance in sharing everything that you need in this period. So we have some kind of communication to have about those, the way that it exists to treat part totally. Here are our options, okay? Either you share it as a piece of just information, saying we did not decide, but for your information, here is the options that we are going to decide within, I don't know, 6 or 8 or 12 months, based on a structured framework, okay? And there you share the potential consequences, advantages, pitfalls, etc. of these. But it's just for information and just to demonstrate, as we said, that it's still not decided. Or if you do not do that during these outreach, that you preserve only on the viewpoints, how do you make it known? How do you put those suspicion out of the minds to have transparent, creative discussions during your outreaches with everybody? Because also, of course, no, I don't want to name the suspicion, but we acknowledge that there is various types of suspicions, yeah, that we are going to end up with something which is not workable, that we are going to end up with something which is not enforceable, that we are going to end up with something which is administrative burden, etc., etc. So I think we need to lower the level of suspicion. So how do we do it? Not by doing nothing at this stage. That's my opinion.
Christelle, yes, but I think that anyone that listens to this conversation would remove their suspicions from their minds. I think that we are being completely honest and open about all the options that are on the table. So we cannot deal with suspicions which have no grounds or which have no reasons to exist. We try our best. We are doing much more, but much more than we usually do in terms of trying to address stakeholder concerns, being open. That's what we are doing here. But there is a limit to which we can do when suspicions have no grounds or they are just based on uninformed, or unjustified, uninformed perceptions and etc. So I don't know what we can do more. Of course, we have here options about how to approach these over the next months, but there are, I don't know what we can do more to remove suspicions about whatever stakeholders want to. I think that one thing is suspicions, another thing is not liking, but that is what it is.
But for example, can we share these options during the discussions that we have with some global stakeholders?
Of course, when I say park, the options is not make them disappear. It's just not to go through a very, very technical, detailed analysis of what this option means, what that option means. And of course, if this serves as a background for the conversation, stakeholders will immediately understand that when discussing the viewpoints or the elements, there is something behind which will be ultimately the result of this discussion. So I'm not at all speaking about hiding anything. This was prepared exactly for the opposite purpose, which is to demonstrate that we are being completely candid, honest, and that nothing has been decided by this board. And the board knows that nothing has been decided. And these discussions actually show in a very clear way that the decision is to be made. So when I sparking the options does not mean make them disappear, but addressing them back in a very detailed and technical way, if I may say so, once we have something more concrete in terms of content, in terms of the principles and etc. Abichuku, please.
Thank you. So it's been interesting listening to the various perspectives, and I can imagine what stakeholders, how the stakeholders' views might be very divergent, or I don't know how to put it, but what I want to say is that from what I'm seeing and from the approach, it leaves room, or it creates room for misunderstanding and misleading, as maybe not misleading, but misunderstanding from the point of the stakeholders. Because we are talking about viewpoints, then now we're talking about FCG framework and options, which you said that might not be just given to them like that. But it's interesting to see how everybody is kind of like, there's a little bit of unclarity around everything. And I think it's because there is no FCG framework already. That is the critical thing. For us to have gotten to this far, to come up with these viewpoints, I believe we can still go further to come up with a framework before going to the stakeholders. That will make for more clarity and transparency. And if I can talk to what Christelle said, I think she's, what I understand is that she's talking about doubts. Because to me, to my mind, it appears as if we are doubting whether we can actually get a good framework that the stakeholders will accept. And so we are now trying to do another viewpoint on what we already have discussed with the stakeholders. So I believe that at this point, we have done a lot of work with this viewpoint as it is, that we can push on to go to the to what we believe the framework should be. Then we'll be in a very good and clear transparent position to present to stakeholders and call roundtables and say, okay, this is the framework, then let's get your inputs. Because following this approach, we'll go to and discuss the viewpoints, the implementability, the usefulness. Then when we now come back, we'll now depending on the views from the stakeholders, which I don't know how it will come, because if you remember what happened after the roundtables, the viewpoints or the stakeholder opinions were just diverse, like all over the place. And it's still the same thing that we are going to discuss. Why not just add more time, come up with a framework that shows that we actually trust that we can do this, then present it to the stakeholders. Then we'll be able to know the option A, option B, or whatever, and where we're going to place it. It will be very clear for them, and then we'll avoid repeating. Because I don't know if I'm correct, but after doing these viewpoints and come up with a framework, we are still going to go back to stakeholders and discuss the frameworks again, and do consultation and do that. So I believe that we can shorten the time and make it more clear, avoid misleading or misguided or misunderstanding that I can even see happening around the board right now. As whether it's now, are we talking about now, are we doing this? So I just feel that we should, since we have gotten this far, we are almost there at the framework. Let's just put more time, do it, then bring it out for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Abichuku. Nancy, please.
Thank you. In listening to all of this, and I have heard feedback from some of the same stakeholders that I think we'll be reaching out to part of this project. One, I think with respect to the roundtables, that discussion was at a very high level that informed us on developing where we are now. Those stakeholders have not seen these viewpoints until the information was released for the meeting. And so I do think that it is absolutely important that, let's say we're 80% along on the journey, whatever that is. I do think it's important that we get views from the stakeholders about operability, whether or not we've gotten it right, or are we missing anything. I think that that's very important, because I think those that are on this board, are not going to have all the insights that those stakeholders have. So I think that that's really critical, and I really like this path forward. David's approach of, that there's a lot of things that you're going to ask for as part of the feedback, that resonated with me a lot. I think these are conversations. But having said that, it is ultimately this board's responsibility to determine what the path forward is. I think we're getting stakeholder feedback to inform us. The other thing, and I think, Gabriella, you helped distill this for me in your more recent comments, but what struck me when we were first talking about, in the most recent conversation, about how we talk about the options here, I agree that I don't think a level of detail about, rank choice, your options or whatever, I don't think that's where we should be going. However, if we don't bring up that conversation, I believe the stakeholders are going to ask us, what is the intent? And so I think if you're framing it with, well, we're thinking about a variety of options, it goes on a scale from here to here. And do you have particular views on if how we ever defined success here? Because I agree with a lot of the comments that Mark has made about value propositions, and that we want this to be valuable. I think Hector has suggested that as well. Is some of that ultimate success story depends on where we decide on these options. And so I do think it's part of the conversation, but I agree it's not the focus of the conversation or a terrifically granular part of the conversation. But if we don't have it and aren't prepared to have it, then I can about promise you the stakeholders are going to ask. And so we need to be prepared to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Luigi, please.
It seems to me that in the last Change. We started with the thing and we perfected. Figuring out the option, which is right thing to do. I should now when we have clarity. Sorry. Now we have more clarity about what we envisage could be this project and the outcome of this project. I think it is key to discuss with the stakeholder that had a role even from the beginning, and to be very clear in what are our view, but not in order to receive a vote on one or the other option. It is not this purpose. The purpose is to be very clear about what we are thinking, what will be the future, what could be, let's say, the final decision, because we left the meeting in September stating that we will start a NAM phase, and now we are changing a little bit, and this is fine. But this is really the reason why this is time to engage with the stakeholders and get their input. And of course, it is a matter of the board then to decide, but it would be an informed decision about where we are. Otherwise, next meeting, we will be here speaking about something a little bit different from what we are discussing now.
Thank you, Luigi. Amajit, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. At the risk of, muddying the waters further on this topic, I thought I'll not get into this, but been listening to everyone. So if I can, and I'll be brief. So, if we can just go back to the fundamentals. So the fundamental here is that we think there is a gap in the FCG side, and this framework tries to address those gaps. What is the degree of the gap? What is the extent of the gap? What is the size of the gap? That should actually very objectively lead to determination of the choices on the table, options on the table. So I think we and the stage where we are, we have viewpoints and which need to be consulted further. I would say all these options should be illustrative. We should be open to something more than this. And kind of agree with what David said and Nancy said, and some others also echoed that point. Let's not try and freeze our thinking today. Let's go out, talk to stakeholders, and then I think that process will give us more clarity in terms of where we want to land. But perhaps call it illustrative rather than binding ourselves to very specific choices. And as I said, let the gaps guide us and it has to be a proportionate response. It has to be a very appropriate response. I'll just pause with that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Amajit. Wise words. James, please.
20%. And what I'm taking away, and here's a basic question we should be able to answer as we go. Is the viewpoint the framework? No, right? We're not there yet.
Okay.
The viewpoints, there might be a framework. So let's not conflate the viewpoint and the framework. And then let's not conflate the framework and its authority, right? So the natural question anyone should be asking is that what's your plan? What's your development methodology? You're a standard setter, so how does this play out according to your own proper course? I could call it an orderly progression. I could call it an escalation plan, whatever. But if you're 20% along the way, wherever we are, but I think we're at that stage, how are you navigating this so that it's going to be fair, going to be informed, there's going to be a consultation, and you could, so I do think having a projection of what our development plan looks like. Now, we keep telling everyone, we'll let you know in June. I think that creates anxiety. I think it creates uncertainty and we get conflated. So I could easily pencil out just mentally from now to June, we are working with our viewpoints and developing a sense of what our plan would be. What would that plan look like? And I quite like where Hector was saying, our first starting point between June and October, or I don't know what period, we're going to translate the viewpoints into, let's, for the time being, a non-authoritative, it's a cohesive framework, no authority yet. We're going to figure out if we've got a cohesive framework, and we will consult on that. Does this add value? Does it have the right components? Is it right scale? You move from that, and you get some feedback. You then ask about the application and authority of that framework. You can consult on that as you move into the standard setting options. So really, it's just an escalation plan, and I think stakeholders will want to know at what point can I weigh in on. So in fact, we have issues, and we just say, don't weigh in on these yet. You will have an opportunity. We have a methodology. And I think we could develop that under, and it's not conviction, and we will learn from what we hear. But if we don't have a development plan, they don't know when to insert, and they don't know when the issues are going to come in front of them. So that might ease anxiety. And I think as a board, we should just have a schema in our mind as to what steps we would be following as we progress. Ultimately, one choice could be ultimately to a new requirement in the code. It's not going to happen in June. It will happen after a series of steps. So I think, Hector, that answers or helps to your point, I think. And I think it avoids the board looking like we're asking for answers to things we're not prepared yet to decide on. Does that help? And I think, I mean, I'll just put that out. I think it will help stakeholders. Thanks.
Thank you, James. Ken, please.
Yeah, so well, as usual, I'm the caboose here, bringing up the rear. I think where we are now is essentially a reflection of a tremendous amount of work that's been done by our project team, our board advisors, and the board itself. And the viewpoints are not simply an instrument, a set of viewpoints that constitute an instrument that the board has come up with overnight. They reflect extensive consultations with stakeholders. We've gathered a tremendous amount of input, and the board itself has weighed in on those viewpoints. And we've put them together as a basis to go forward with the development of the framework. So to Nancy's point, I'm probably more towards the second half of the quadrant, so to speak, in terms of percentage. You know, I'm not sure it's 20%. It's closer to 80% to my view. And what we're going forward in terms of engagement with stakeholders is really to have discussions about those viewpoints, because they have not seen those viewpoints. Yes, those viewpoints have been posted as part of the board agenda material, and therefore they are already on the public record, but we really haven't discussed those viewpoints with stakeholders. So really, firms, regulators, professional accounting bodies, etc., they have not had an opportunity to discuss these viewpoints with us. And a key prong to our engagement with stakeholders is about really collecting views as to which one of those viewpoints stakeholders believe really should be key principles that would belong in the framework. And therefore, they are, as I say, they are very much where we're going to be going forward from here, with the benefit of all the discussions, stakeholders, all the input we would have collected to help the board make an informed decision as to how to go forward. With regard to the idea of developing a framework first, it's absolutely a bit of a chicken and egg question, because really the whole point of coming up with the options is, as the chair has put it, is to be very frank to stakeholders that no decision has been made, because there has been a lot of anxiety about what IESBA has in mind. a lot of anxiety that IESBA has already made a decision that there's going to be standards. And that is why we're saying, look, because all the input we've collected and all the conversations we've had with stakeholders, we are taking our time to really work our way through, explore the options, etc. And that is what we are coming forward to discuss with you. So those options are, even just presenting those options has value, has tremendous value in and of itself, because this is going to demonstrate to stakeholders that really we want to engage with you. We want to see how you feel about those options, what your concerns might be if we were to go down a particular path. And with the benefit of that input, help the board make that decision as to how to develop the framework. I just want to caution the board about the concept of developing a framework, because depending on which option you go down in terms of a path, that can be very different in terms of how it would look. If you were to say, well, if the board were to decide to go down option B, for example, with a section with no requirements, with application material, that is going to look very, very different if you go down option E, which could be a collection of very loose supporting materials that would speak about the different elements. And without that clarity and that informed understanding of what might be a realistic pathway that would most likely be supported by a broad range of stakeholders, there is quite a risk that the board would spend a lot of time developing a draft framework that might not actually be where stakeholders would in totality be in terms of how they would see it going forward. So all to say is I'm very much with where Nancy, Luigi, and others, Mark, etc., are in the sense that, look, this is what we have heard from stakeholders telling us. They want to understand how this board is thinking through the issues. They want to understand that no decision has been made yet, and they want to be engaged. They want to provide their perspectives. And we have really spent a lot of time. We've invested a lot of effort developing the viewpoints. They already represent a big leap forward in terms of really crystallizing all the very important messages we've heard through the roundtables, etc., and that we're putting on the table. And we really want to spring from there to really have those important conversations, stakeholders, to really get their input, and then to analyze that input and bring that to the board in June to help the board make a very informed decision as to realistically what would be the best path forward, and then to proceed very confidently from there. And of course, from June onwards, to James's point, to have clarity of the plan forward, absolutely. Once the board has made a decision, there has to be full clarity of communications as to how the board is going to be progressing. In terms of exposing the draft framework, in terms of the further stakeholder engagement, and then how then to go towards the final conclusion.
Okay, Paul, please.
It's very hard to give a comment with all this circularity, but we are saying we've talked to a cross-section of people. We have certain viewpoints on what are potential drivers of film culture and governance. We need now to get your feedback as those stakeholders on how do they resonate with the realities you're seeing and the applicability they are to your realities and across practitioners, regulators, the whole spectrum. But we then need to start thinking about, if these are the drivers, what's missing in these viewpoints? What else needs to be brought in if we need to think of framework to guide a potential roadmap to apply or explain? This is what can be done, and how does it fit to your reality versus is not fit for your reality. Then we're saying, okay, with that feedback, now we start determining, are there aspects that need to go to a comply or explain? This is mandatory, this is not mandatory, this is guidance only. I wonder whether these are things that are going to happen between now and June, but people need to understand that there's a road we're trying to build. And we're trying to get their input in, but we're also not, as it were, deferring our responsibility. One your insight, but we need to make a decision, and just making sure that each time we make a decision, it's going to be informed at each of those stages. Yeah, sorry to muddy the word.
No, you don't have to be sorry, Paul. Thank you very much. So, excellent discussion, and I really mean it, because I think that what we got from this discussion was much more than what I was expecting. Very valuable perspectives, not always consensual, but I think that the principles here are very clear about transparency, about methodology, about having clear what the next steps are, whatever they are going to be, about being clear about the open options and possibilities that we have ahead of us, but the immediate job is to focus on the content, what is going to go into a possible framework, and then having this background of possible options, which of course will also help advancing the discussion. I'm not making any conclusions. I think it's too, this has been too substantive and rich for me to make here a conclusion, because there is no obvious consensus about everything. What I suggest is that the project team takes this back. They will meet today, right? Twice, if I'm not wrong, or I don't know, maybe, I don't know. They are going to meet today, the project team and board advisors, and this topic will come to our agenda next Friday again. And I would, sorry?
This Friday.
This Friday, yes,
Yeah.
this Friday. Not next Friday, this Friday. But and I suggest that the project team and the board advisors present us with something more clear about the path forward, so that everyone can agree and be comfortable about how we are going to work. Is that fine? Project team, board advisors, board, do you agree with that perspective? Okay. And that's not that I don't want to make, I think that there are some conclusions here that we can already draw, but they were so clear that I don't need to speak about them again. Now, how in concrete we are going to approach this and move forward, it's something for the project team to work upon and bring back to the board. Is that fine? Okay, so thank you very much, and I really mean it, because I think this was a wonderful discussion with very, very rich contributions and learning. I must say that I was listening to some of you, and my mind was really moving, because we don't have all the perspectives, all the possible perspectives, and it's very nice to test our thoughts against the board members' considerations. So thank you very much for that. So now that's the moment where we will move to the next topic. We have 20 minutes, but I don't think that we should break now. What do you think? We can advance for the next topic, which is on the linkages with ISQM1. And as Jeff shows the slides, this has been probably the most hot topic that we have been discussing with stakeholders. Stakeholders were a little bit stuck on this idea. No, we have ISQM1, so why do we need this? But this is a not always informed perception, and I think that the project will be able, and was able with this document, to demonstrate that we are speaking about different things, that the objectives are different, that we are not by any means questioning the value and effectiveness of ISQM1. On the contrary, but this is about doing something different and in complement of what ISQM1 has already done. We are not aiming, and we are being very careful and thoughtful about not forcing the firms to reopen ISQM1, add to ISQM1, and everything, all the great and very difficult things that they have done and are still doing in terms of the implementation of ISQM1. But this is really about a different animal and a different objective, different purpose, different parameter, complementary, as everything we do, because everything we do complements the ISIS and everything that IESB does. It's the other side of the coin, besides everything that we have on our side, which is not the case. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you for that very comprehensive discussion on the different options. Of course, as we come back after this part on linkages, as we discussed the outreach, and Ken has already alluded to in terms of what we were thinking of discussing with our stakeholders, in addition to those options and how we're going to do that and the types of outreaches. So you get another chance to have a look at how we approach the outreach. So just some brief contextual information, I suppose, before we get to feedback on the paper. As Gabriela has suggested, we developed this paper very much in response to calls from different stakeholders, including this board and the IESB as well. You may recall that at the September board meeting in Lisbon, there were certainly suggestions from board members and highlighting the need for clarity of the linkages with ISKM1 and with the viewpoints. And there was a suggestion certainly to develop a paper like this. And I think as we move after September, it became, as Gabriela has mentioned, increasingly clear the importance of this paper in addressing some of the queries that some of our stakeholders have. So we have developed this paper in very close coordination with IESB representatives. They have been informed in the structure, the format, and very much the content of this paper. So you'll note that this paper has, the main body of the paper, the overarching, the key summary, of the inherent relationship, the key differences, but also the idea of having that illustrative comparison in the appendix of 2 of the FCG elements to explain the main body of the paper. And our IESB representatives had worked very closely with us in developing this paper. You know that in the paper, we have made it very clear upfront that this, whilst this comparison we believe would be helpful to some of our stakeholders, we want to make sure that it's clear also that it's not a like-for-like comparison. They are, and we have mentioned this, I think, in yesterday's session already, that there are different types of documents. ISKM1 is a proper IESB standard that's gone through due process, whereas the draft viewpoints are essentially the tool that we are using to participate for engagement purposes in Q1 and Q2. So they have very different authority, and certainly they may look a little different to the framework as we develop them. So we've made it very clear upfront that it is not a like-for-like comparison. And in terms of what the paper highlights, you will note that the paper very much wanted to emphasize that there is, of course, an inherent relationship between ethical culture, ethics, and a system of quality management within a firm, in terms of particularly the role of ethics in helping to drive quality and audit quality. So recognizing there is that inherent relationship, but this paper, in highlighting the linkages, it also highlights the key differences between ISKM1 and in terms of the objectives of at least these draft 8 sets of IESBA viewpoints, particularly in terms of the objectives, the scope, and of course, output and granularity of focus on ethical culture. Of course, the objectives of ISKM1 is very much on the public interest is served by consistent performance of quality management, whereas with the viewpoints, the IESB viewpoints, it is about very much enabling a firm to build and sustain a strong ethical culture within all levels of the firm across all services. You will note in this paper, we highlight the fact that ISKM1 does recognize the firm's culture is an important factor in influencing the behavior of personnel and in impacting quality, audit quality. But there is a need in ISKM1 recognizes there is a need for culture that recognizes and reinforces the importance of personal ethics, values, and attitudes. But in the paper, we also mention that, but in terms of what we're trying to do, we are expanding out what a firm can do and could do in terms of ensuring there is a strong ethical culture. So we're really expanding out on that, hence these 8 viewpoints, and hence the idea of developing a holistic framework on firm culture and governance. We also, of course, acknowledge in this paper that the implementation and application of ISKM 1 are scalable, and so it will vary from firm to firm. So in terms of next steps, part of our stakeholders' engagement, in addition to talking to our stakeholders about the viewpoints, and perhaps however we decide to kind of utilize those options or mention those options, in our stakeholder engagement, we will also, these will form part of the briefing notes that we will be circulating to some of our stakeholders. So the other thing that the project team, in consultation with board advisors, is that we feel that you will know that the paper with the appendix, we are covering 2 of the 8 FCG elements. What we're proposing is we don't go back to develop do a comparison for the remaining 6 FCG elements. And the rationale, it's included in agenda item 3E, so not in 3D. Essentially, it's our reason is because the linkages, we feel that this linkages paper has sufficient addressed stakeholders' queries on how the 2 interact. And also because the viewpoints are really tools and they're not part of the framework, and the comparison may only have really value for 5 to 6 months. And so the project team felt that perhaps it's best if we focus our resource on stakeholders engagement, and so we felt that perhaps we can pick up any comparison again as we're developing the FCG framework after Q2 next year. Before I pass it back to Gabriela to get your thoughts and feedback, I just want to see if China or Rich have any additional comments, thoughts before we get the feedback.
No, I think you have covered it, Jeff. I think the point to emphasize is there was a IASB board member also involved in this, as well as the IASB technical director. So, they have been consulted, and I gather that they are comfortable with what we have in the paper. So I think it's open for Rich.
Yeah, I just build on that. I'd express thanks to the IASB staff and their board members. This was an extremely collaborative drafting this paper. In fact, I joked at one time, I think there were more words they put in than we put in, but it's a good, it came out well. I think they were happy, but I thought it was also a model that we might think about in future other projects working with them, because it worked really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chana and Rich. Just to give you a sense, for instance, when you look at the table, the column under ISKM 1, they gave us those provisions. We didn't just come up with those. And also some of the words, we've gone to the level of making sure both teams are comfortable with the words that we are used and terms that we are used, to make sure that there's clear understanding what that means to our stakeholders as we do this comparison. So as Rich and Chana both said, it has been a very close and productive coordination process with IASB. So pass it back to you, Gabriela, see if the board has any comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And of course, my first comment or a note is to thank the staff and board advisors, and also IASB staff and people for the work done here. As Rich said, it was a very, very intensively collaborative work. And the result was that I hope this managed also to lower some tension and mitigate some questions that IWSB itself at some point seemed to have. So we decided with them that it was no use trying pretending that there wasn't a question about this, and face it and dig into the details and work with them. I think that the result is very positive. The document is very good on the one hand, and on the other hand, my perception, this is just a perception, but I think from everything that I'm hearing, that really there is much less anxiety and questions around this perceived possible overlap, contradiction, redundancy, or whatever between ISQM1 and the FCG, whatever viewpoints. So thank you to everyone, and I think that we are at a good point to discuss this. Now, my only comment is that yes, we should and we must use it for stakeholder engagement in Q1, Q2, but outside that, we should not make it, our main area of discussion, because the discussion going forward must be about what we are suggesting, and this is a clarification that we will need to use as it comes as a matter for discussion or question or whatever, not the subject of the discussion, the central subject of the discussion with stakeholders. Okay, Mark, please.
Thank you. I really like the paper. I think it's really helpful. It's the sort of paper I would commission myself, and I wouldn't share it with anyone else because there's lots of really valuable insight in it. I think what's really important in the handling of the paper is that it starts from a position of, well, there is quality management, and a critical component of quality management is the relevant ethical requirements that apply. It's really helpful in helping us identify the overlaps and also, as a result, the gaps that the framework has to fill. So I think it's a great piece of work. My only worry with it, and this is a handling issue for the engagement with stakeholders, is that the table at the end could be read in a certain way to suggest that here are a series of requirements in ISQM1, and here are a series of requirements from IESBA. And that's not what we intend at all. So I don't know whether there is an explanation that needs to go at the front of the paper to make that really, really clear, or something else. But I think it's a lesson for the handling.
Thank you very much, Mark. And it's always important to hear the reactions from a cold reader and what the paper can convey. Nancy, please.
Thank you. I also like the document. I think the staff was asked to do something fairly difficult in terms of trying to compare something that is not necessarily comparable. In fact, I make an analogy that I think maybe the viewpoints are apples and ISQM1 is bean sprouts. And while you can eat them both, they're really, when you try and do a side-by-side comparison, it's very difficult to do that. When I think about ISQM1, I think about ISQM1 and the relevant ethical requirements applying a bit on a vertical, whereas the viewpoints are more of a horizontal across the firm. To be effective on ISQM1, there are certainly aspects of that are horizontal, but ISQM1's focus is on audit quality, whereas the viewpoints and wherever we directionally end up on this is going to be across the firm. And so that does create, I just think, very different objectives to the two. If I have two minor points that I would suggest staff considering, in paragraph 7, the scope of ISQM1 is buried in a footnote. And I think it would just be a lot clearer if you establish the scope in the body of the paragraph to make it clear that that is ISQM1 focuses on audit quality and therefore on audit and assurance engagements and not across the firm. I think just to have that very, very prominent would be helpful. And then I I think the second thing that has been pointed out a number of times is that ISQM1 is a full-blown standard. I'm not sure that that gets up early. And again, maybe in section 2, that this could be emphasized that, ISQM is a full-blown standard and therefore, meets different objectives, et cetera. So those are my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Rania, please.
Thank you. So I think it's really an excellent document. It's, as a starting point, I would recommend that you consider separating the overlaps from the differences. And I think the overlaps, each of them are very important in their own right, because the overlaps show that, the interoperability, if you will, but at the same time, the differences show the added value of the viewpoints. I would recommend that you perhaps, as you phrase the language of the overlaps and the differences, try to make the language speak more to the types of behaviors that are expected. So, for example, I'm putting myself in the shoes of the firms as they are going to be implementing this, and I'd like it to be very clear to me, perhaps in simple terms, which the language of the document is really excellent, but I want to understand, okay, fine, I'm applying ISQM1 right now. If I'm going to be adopting or implementing the viewpoints, then what's the difference? What am I going to be doing differently? For example, I have to show a commitment to quality, professional ethics, values, etc. For example, under ISQM1, I'm just giving an example. I have to embed that, all those considerations in my decisions, for instance, to accept or continue with a client, or what type of audit opinion I want to issue. Okay, but if I want to go into the viewpoints, then I have to embed those values, those attitudes at every level, every decision, etc. And so it makes it easier to see like the incremental effects of, or the incremental effects, I would say, of the viewpoints in terms of behaviors. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Paul, please.
I think first is just confirming that it brings out very clearly these are very distinct purpose instruments. So they are compared, yes, but they have different roles. So that becomes clear. But just maybe a confirmation that in those discussions with IESB, that they themselves affirmed that they didn't feel there was something missing in the other elements, not being of the viewpoints, not being kind of cross-referenced and assessed. But that separate, I do think this document should be an available reference point for people who are inquiring, but not be the focus of our engagements. It's not the focus, it's just available. If you have questions, reference. But this is not what we're discussing, because I think otherwise we'll go off on each other.
Yeah, otherwise it risks taking the conversation into a direction which is not our work. To your question, IESB saw that something was missing. I think that IESB's approach is, it's not our remit, our role to decide what the IESBA needs to do. So it's on your side. The only thing that they wanted to make sure is that there was nothing conflicting with the ISQM1, overlapping, forcing them to reopen, or whatever these kind of things are. So, and that's the way we usually work. There are links, and of course, if you go back to sustainability, ISO 5000 says, and you have to apply the relevant ethical requirements, namely the IESBA code. And then it's on us to develop the framework. So I think that the approach is currently exactly the same one. The only thing, which is a lot, is that all this work allowed us both to say no overlaps, no conflicts, no contradictions, no nothing. I think that's the approach on their side. So thank you, Paul. And yes, I subscribe to your point that is an instrument to clarify, not the scope and the main subject of our work and discussions. Luigi, please.
Thank you. I also agree that the document is really good. It is factual in comparing, I will not repeat myself, but in comparing two things that present a level of similarities in certain point, but are completely different. There are some observations that probably need to be clarified a little bit, in particular the one relating to the scope, whereby probably, say, I would have limited the comment in saying, well, the scope is completely different because the perimeter is different, without considering the fact that the IESBA could be integrated with the system, which lead to probably some confusion in my view, or at least some misunderstanding. So I will just limit to the difference without building observations. And then also another paragraph in the table, the 20, well, at least this is the 28 IESBA 1, whereby it seems that by reading, one could conclude that our work is finalized to bring a more holistic view in terms of firm culture and governance for the purpose of IESBA 1, while the purpose is broader than that, because also include, let's say, firms that are not performing audit assurance and review. It is for everyone. So I would probably write the comment in a way that it makes clear this point. But apart from these two areas, I'm fine with this document, which I agree it is to be used as a reference just to confirm certain or to respond to certain questions that had been posed. But it is not the purpose of our project, I think.
Thank you very much, Luigi. So, no more comments? Okay, very good. Robert, I think that you wanted to say something, right? Yeah, at least you had mentioned that.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for this. Thanks for the presentation of the paper and for the positive comments in relation to it. That's very helpful. This is an area where we've got not concerns, but some encouragement to the two boards to continue collaborating in relation to this. There is a valid question, really, as to what compliance with ISQM1 by a firm, compliance with it as an enforceable standard that has been through due process, what that means in terms of meeting expectations on firm culture and governance more broadly. They're different, clearly, but there are overlaps, as people have said. So the challenge is to acknowledge those overlaps, but also to be clear about the different focus of the quality standard as opposed to the ethical focus, and as well, of course, the limitation of ISQM1 to the assurance part of the practice. So very pleased to hear the initial thoughts about the collaboration from Rich and Chana. That's very helpful. I'm aware that from a discussion with the IESB board members that they've involved, that they've also found it very positive and helpful. And so there's a good opportunity to continue to work forward on this. I think I'd be comfortable with Jeff not doing that further, completing the analysis, the comparison across all of the viewpoints at this point. I think that's a wise use of resources and focusing on the core stuff that we've spent most of the morning discussing, which is obviously very important. But I would encourage ongoing collaboration, coordination with IESB and its staff and at the board member level, just in ensuring that any output of the firm culture and governance project is aligned eventually with ISQM1. So talking of alignment, whether that's the right word, I'm not sure, but the sense is just to ensure that the IESBA can demonstrate that it understands the view that some practitioners and firms have expressed and might continue to have, that a statement of quality management under the quality standard can be enough in itself to ensure ethical governance of the firm broadly. I think there's a valid proposition in that respect that while the ethical dimensions of compliance with the ISQM1 standard in the context of the assurance practice is limited to the assurance practice. Nevertheless, there can be pervasive benefits across the firm. And this is the vertical as well as the horizontal, and putting it in Nancy's terms, that although there's the vertical, there's also the horizontal benefit. And I think that's a valid view, a valid point, which the firms could express. And it's very important not to see that as the answer to what the IESBA is seeing as needing to be done in the area of firm culture and governance, but as a relevant point. So I think it's important to be transparent about that as you go forward. Take the point that Mark's made about being careful about socialising the paper, but I think it's very important, and certainly from our preparatory discussions to this meeting that we've had among the POB, there's a strong view, including from Janine, who observed your last meeting virtually and has done a lot of work with the IAASB over the years that she's been involved, and she's finishing at the same time as me. But that it's just very important from at the firm level, but also at the regulatory level, to be sure that there is a recognition of the overlaps and the potential alignment. So I just suggest factor this into the plan at the level that you see as necessary and appropriate, without creating too much of a distraction from what has been talked about this morning, with which I'm very comfortable in terms of where you've landed. And I think factor it into James's suggestion of the journey, where you want to go. But I think being very clear also of your intention to continue working closely with the IAASB on this, because there's a lot of noise, as you know, about the need for the two boards to collaborate. There's going to be the joint survey coming up. And so I think this is an area where you can demonstrate the importance of that ongoing collaboration as you move forward. And it may well be that the noise will settle down over time, but the communication of the overlaps and the differences, as articulated in that very good paper, will be very helpful for that. So thank you. I hope those comments will be helpful. And just coming back to the discussion that's been had this morning, it was interesting. We started the discussion last evening when everyone was tired, but it was good to come back to it this morning, because it has turned into a very, very helpful piece of work in terms of thinking about the POB's original mandate, which was around ensuring that the public interest is reflected in the due process of the boards. We also now have the responsibility in certifying standards to be satisfied that the actual output is responsive to the public interest. But coming back to that core responsibility about process, that was a very rich discussion. And I think it's very helpful for this board just to bear in mind that you are, although you're not yet at the point of anything in the nature of a pronouncement, you are nevertheless involved in a due process, and it's exploring new territory. And so it was a very helpful discussion. And I agree with you, Gabrielle. I'm not sure the extent to which there's a consensus around the board, but I think the right approach is to take it back to the working group. And I'm sure, Chana, you'll be able to come back this Friday with some further or with some solutions, which it'll be interesting to have a look at. So thank you very much for the opportunity to make these comments, and look forward to the next stage of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Robert, and for sure these comments will be very helpful going forward as we keep on advancing this project. Jeff, are you satisfied with what you have heard?
I'm always satisfied. Thank you, Gabriella. Just summing up some of the key points. I think thank you for all the feedback. Certainly, we'll take into account as we look at revising this paper, all the feedback. Bring up the difference, making it highlight it perhaps a little bit more. It's very clear that we want to make sure that in this paper, in our discussions, we are not saying there's anything missing in ISQM1 in terms of its purposes and objectives, or in terms of achieving its objectives. And that's why we don't use the phrase, as we mentioned yesterday, gap analysis, because that gives perception that we're filling in gaps from ISQM1. Right. We're not doing that. And hence we're highlighting the linkages and differences, but we are not here to fill the gaps of ISQM1. But as we develop this, we recognize the relationship between ethics, ethical culture, and ISQM1 or system quality management from firms, and hence the relevance and importance of coordinating with IESBA and making sure stakeholder understands how the two live together, but they are very different. And also, some of us mentioned the risk in terms of someone might start to see these draft viewpoints and requirements, and of course that's the point we're trying to bring out. This is not a like-for-like comparison, so we'll look at if the paper can be a bit clearer. And again, just to go back to, we are recognizing that some firms, and as part of the implementation of ISQM1, might have done more on a firm culture perspective, looking at those 8 FCG elements, but that vary from firms to firms. And of course, there are a lot of firms who don't do audit or assurance, and therefore they're not part of ISQM1, and so that this is not relevant to them in that sense. So just to let you know, the next steps is, of course, tomorrow we will have a session. Ken and I will be attending at the IESBA FCG update session, and I would envisage that most of the discussion will be getting their feedback about this paper, and hopefully they share the same view as what this board have just shared with us. I do have one question. I just want to get the board's. I'm hearing 1 or 2 feedback that they agree that in terms of our proposal to not go ahead with doing any more comparisons in terms of the remaining 6 elements. I just want to get a sense of that. Essentially, the board agrees. Okay, I've seen some heads nodding. So we're satisfied with all that. And thank you, Gabrielle. We'll hopefully pass it back to you for well-deserved break for the board.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for this wonderful discussions until now. We will break now, and I think that we may need 25 minutes because I myself have to have some conversation. So it was supposed to be a 30 minutes break, right?
30 minutes break.
30 minutes.
I'd suggest we ask the board come back at 11:40.
Yeah.
11:40. And we will need to break for lunch at 12:30 sharp because the supporting staff here will have to clear everything by 1:20. So it's going to be a 15-minute lunch for the board, right? But 12:30 sharp for the lunch break.
50?
50 minutes, yeah, for the lunch.
Okay. So let's break. Okay.
I didn't even ask you leaves. It's really
Okay, welcome back. I'm sorry for reducing the length of the break, but after these very substantive discussions in the morning, we really need to make the best use of our time. So, and because of that, I'm gonna give the floor immediately to Jeff or whoever from the project team. Just 5 seconds to tell you that this outreach plan has been thoughtfully prepared for discussion with this board. Doesn't mean that it's final one, and we are very eager to hear suggestions and proposals, but this, to your point, Christelle, again, this is meant to work with stakeholders in a different way from the way we have been working over the last many years, hearing not only what stakeholders have been telling us generally about the need for a better engagement, and better does not mean more, but also understanding the sensitiveness and some complexity of this project, which requires a more careful, thoughtful, and close engagement with stakeholders in different ways, with different approaches, etc. So this is what's behind this proposal that you are going to discuss. This said, nothing is written on the stone, so we can make adjustments and changes. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. So we will talk to you about right now is a series of initiatives to be launched in January 2026 that we are calling FCG Dialogues. And the following slides, they will reflect the updated thinking of the project team since the papers were posted. And of course, after the discussions we have been having today, that thinking will evolve even further. But for now, I'll just tell you about what we thought about the outreach plan for the Q1 and Q2 next year. So as we have on the slides, we have certain objectives with this outreach plan, which are to obtain, on the one side, buy-in from key stakeholders to further development of the framework, and on the other side, more practical input on how best to approach the development of the FCG framework in terms of content, in terms of location, authority, etc. And by the end of this outreach, what does the project team intend to present to the board? Well, for June 26, 2026, and the deliberation that the board will be doing at that time, we plan to present a summary of feedback of this outreach and also an outline, a proposal of the possible way forward for the FCG framework, including any options for the board's consideration. So how are we intending to approach this outreach? We have 4 different prongs, let's call them. And if we focus on the left, we have meetings with senior leadership. We are planning to have these high-level strategic discussions between IESBA senior leadership and also senior leadership of targeted stakeholders, which include at this point the GPPC firms, to mostly gain support and set up the scene for deeper focus group discussions. And so the focus group discussions are the little box in yellow. What do we mean by these focus group discussions? Well, first of all, we're looking at selected stakeholders. So this is not meant to be a public consultation. It's not meant to reach a diverse range of stakeholders in diverse geographies, types of stakeholders, etc. We have done that for the roundtables already. And like Gabriela mentioned, whatever the path we're going with in June, regardless of it's inside the code, outside the code, the plan is to still have a public consultation. And of course, that is still up for debate. But at this point, the plan is to have a public consultation with a wide, where we can reach a wide diversity of stakeholders. And so at this point, we're looking at selected stakeholders for the focus group discussions. We would be focusing on the profession and regulators, investors as well, still thinking about how best to reach them. And we would be putting together, as a preparation for these focus group discussions, we would be putting together a briefing note with questions on the viewpoints and the approach to the FCG framework. This briefing notes what we plan, so besides having the questions to explore with stakeholders, it would include the contextual piece that we discussed yesterday, plus the overarching piece, plus the viewpoints themselves, and the paper on the linkages with ISQM1 as an annex. The questions that the project team is still working on for the stakeholders will cover, or we intend at this point to cover, both the content of the framework, so based on the viewpoints on the 8 elements that we've been discussing, what of that content should go into the framework, and also questions regarding the location and the authority of the framework, so a little bit of the discussion that we've had earlier, inside the code, outside the code, etc. We're thinking about doing these focus group discussions on a two-phase approach. So first, we would be sending them the briefing note with the questions and asking for written responses to those questions. And then we would meet with them to, one, explore their responses a little bit further, and two, also to let them know what the other types of stakeholders that we approach have responded, so what they are thinking. So for instance, if we're talking to a Big Six firm, we would send them the briefing note, collect their answers, meet with them to explore their answers, and also let them know what the regulators have told us in response to the same questions, and vice versa. And so this way, we thought we could have a more meaningful and more in-depth engagement with the selected stakeholders, and at the same time share what else we are hearing from others. So this is a bit more of a dialogue, a more diverse dialogue, even though those other stakeholders are not necessarily in the room. So apart from the meetings with senior stakeholders, the senior leadership, the focus groups, we would also have other stakeholders meetings. And of course, this includes the regular scheduled meetings, for instance, with the JSS, the Stakeholder Advisor Council, the firm of firms, the SMPAG, etc. And also an in-person outreach in Asia that is already planned for January 2026 in Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong. And finally, we would have what we can see in the blue box there, a simulation exercise. This is something that we're still exploring, and it's getting external facilitators to do a simulation exercise with one firm for a couple of days to see if there are any significant gaps in the viewpoints. And then just to talk about other materials and initiatives plan, or the plan for other materials and initiatives besides the outreach plan. So we are looking at these from a not so technical point of view. It has more of a communication lens, and to actively continue supporting the project. We are thinking about doing interview series with stakeholders on FCG, on certain FCG elements, writing short articles on the viewpoints, and the monthly newsletter with updates about the FCG project. And maybe before stopping for comments, I would ask Rui, our communications director, if he has anything to add on this. Okay, then I'll pass it. Okay, then I'll pass it back to you, Gabriela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. So there's not much more that I would like to say, except highlight what I said at the start. This is really meant to try to set up meaningful, substantial discussion and dialogue with stakeholders, so that we can make our decisions in a very informed way, but also so that stakeholders are very clear about what the purpose is, what the objectives, what we have in mind. Open for comments, discussions. Of course, this will involve a lot of resources, but that's what we need to do. Mark, please.
Thank you. Proposals look good to me. My only sort of request for the group to consider is when you're looking at your meetings with senior leadership, it would be really good if you could get, as part of that series, a discussion with the users of the work of the firms. So whether you could use someone like ICGN to bring investors together, or another similar convening body, to also get some perspectives about the value of this work from a user perspective too. But otherwise, I'm happy with what's been proposed.
Thank you very much, Mark. That was a discussion that we had as well. Something is on the way along the lines that you suggested, but still in preparation, maybe in January. We may not have the same exact approach to all the groups of stakeholders because it's not easy, but certainly the users are being, under our attention. Christelle.
Yes, just could you explain why, because I'm sure there is good reason, but why there is no mention about non-PA firms?
I think, Crystal, that goes to the project proposal.
Mm-hmm.
The scope is accounting firms.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christelle. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a great stakeholder engagement project, but I struggle still with more or less the same point we have been discussing before in terms, what is the success of this engagement? That they think that our viewpoints are 90%, or that they agree that the viewpoints are the stepping stone to develop something extra, a framework. Because if I look at the paper, it seems that we want them to validate the viewpoints. And we have said many times that the viewpoints are not the product. So what is it that we want from stakeholders? The validation of the viewpoints? Okay, the viewpoints are built on the work of the paper that we produced together. They have been consulted. So I would use this opportunity to collect practices, to collect opinions on how best to develop the framework. What are the practices or institutions or tools that they use to develop each one of these viewpoints into their practice? Or where is it that they struggle? But to validate the viewpoints, I think we're wasting an opportunity. Sorry.
Thank you, Hector. Rania, please.
Thank you. So I think this looks like a very comprehensive plan, but perhaps, I mean, like sort of in parallel to what Hector is saying, I think that, for example, so I can see the first slide, the discussion of the meetings with the senior leadership, the focus groups, the stakeholder meetings, the simulation exercise. But then when we go to the interview series, the articles, I think I think it would help to identify the objectives of the different types of communication and to perhaps identify what is the added value. So for example, you go from like a focus group to stakeholder meetings. I understand focus groups, different stakeholder meetings. It would help, first of all, to identify why we're targeting different types of engagement, the objective, what we're trying to get from the different types of engagement. Not just to say that, we're doing it because we're doing it and we're engaging. And then when it comes to the interview series, I think the amount of input you're getting it from one person. Like I'm guessing an interview would be with one particular person. I mean, what is the added value of that? Again, like what are we trying to get from all this outreach? Just my only I think it's great. Of course, the more the merrier, but at the same time, we want to just make sure that, there is added value. We're not diluting our resources. Perhaps use those resources, use this time in order to, move the project along, and then perhaps maybe at another stage, at a later stage, go for interviews. I think it's very important to, I think it looks like a very ambitious plan, but it would help before we can, let's say, I mean, agree that, yes, this is the plan, this is a good way forward, to make sure that for every type of engagement, we are clear on what we're trying to achieve from that, and not just to do all of this just because we want to say that we have engaged with different stakeholders in different types of engagements. Yeah.
Thank you, Rania. I think I can respond, and that it's probably better that I respond before we get other questions, similar questions. As I started by saying, this has been very thoughtfully thought, not saying that it's correct, but nothing which is here in this plan has been planned just because we want to say that we did a lot of things. That's not the purpose. And the objective of each one of these planned engagements is different. So if you go to the brown one, which for me it should be the first because it's the broader one, this is the business as usual. This is what we would do in any circumstance, also because we are required to be meeting with the SAC, with the CIOB, with the IESBA, etc. So it's what I call the kiss and go, because you go there, speak with them, get some feedback and some questions, and you come back. And that's the usual approach. What we concluded is that this usual approach for this project was not enough, by no means. That's what we have been doing. We have been able to clarify a few things, raise some awareness, but it's not enough because it's a completely new thing, and stakeholders have a lot of questions, a lot of unclarity, and need to work with us. That's the point. What we have been hearing is that stakeholders are not satisfied with this, sorry for the expression, kiss and go approach. We go there, we say a few things, hear a few things, and we come back and then we bake the cake and present the cake already ready. We want to do different because stakeholders told us, you need to do different. You need to have a dialogue with us. And the dialogue brings us to the focus group discussions. We create specific groups with specific focus groups with specific stakeholders. And as Laura explained, we ask the questions, we work on the responses, and then we go back to them to say, look, from what we heard from you, this is what we are planning to do. This is what we heard. This is the direction that we understand it's the right one. So feedback loop. Third, simulation exercise. Some of the stakeholders, namely the firms, have been concerned that this may not work in practice, that they already have it all and they don't need it, or a lot of arguments. So, okay, let's test it with a specific firm, and we don't know who this firm, if this firm exists. And Laura said, we are exploring. We are not saying that we are we want to do it. That doesn't mean that we will be able to do it, to work like in a simulation exercise, like it's called, to see if there is anything that comes to our mind from working with one firm that it's where we are wrong. So this is the outreach, as so-called. Then we have, as usual, in every project, we have communications. What we are doing here is to reinforce the communications approach. And we have been hearing systematically, you need to do better communication, you need to do better communication, you need to do better communication. So we are responding, being responsive, 4-pillar of SMART, responsive to what we have been hearing. And this, what do we aim to achieve with interviews? A lot of things. At the same time that we create awareness, an interview, which is published in our website or on LinkedIn or whatever, allows us to tell everyone at the same time in a very equal way, to tell all stakeholders. So look, this person understands that this is wonderful, that this is awful, that this is not needed, this is absolutely required, and etc. And these interviews, we haven't yet decided how this is going to work, but they can work at different levels. They can be focused on specific viewpoints, or we can have a personality high above, saying this is what we need to change the culture, or forget it, we don't need it. So it's about letting stakeholders know what in general people understand, and also raising awareness. The same for the possible newsletter and the other. Do you mind moving the slide, Laura? Interview series, articles, other comms initiatives. This is aimed at responding to your question. What's this for? It's just to say that we didn't know. It's to raise awareness. We still need to socialize this project much broader than we have done until now. despite all the efforts, but this is an international global board, and we reach out to, as we can. So it's aimed at creating awareness. It's aiming at collecting more general feedback from people who are not included in the focus groups or in the meetings with the PIOB, CIOB, etc. And it's aimed at informing ourselves and keep the conversation going, because what we have been hearing as well from stakeholders is that, okay, you come, have a conversation with us in the roundtable, and then 2 years after you come with a product and you haven't spoken with us, or you haven't heard from us in between. So let's hear from our stakeholders in between and as we do the work. This all is thought, and again, I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just responding to your question. What's the purpose of each one of these pillars of outreach and communication? It's aimed at, in different ways, creating awareness, getting buy-in, as Laura mentioned, being very clear with stakeholders about what we are doing, what we want, etc., and getting information that we need to make an informed decision in June. So I don't know if I responded.
I just wanted to say that the way you explain it, it makes much more sense.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so
Okay.
much.
So, thank you very much, Sadia.
Gabrielle, you kind of touched on what I was going to say, but maybe I can also just state that we have a lot in vision for the next 6 months. And I wanted to understand whether there was a priority. If you just go to the previous slide, we have 4 things that we're planning to do. Is one of them our primary focus? Is the focus groups the one that we're going to get the most information from, and the rest of them peripherals that we would have done? Or is it the first 2 that we're going to get the most information from? And that will allow us to focus on, when we get the feedback, how we consume the feedback from these 4 types of engagements that we are planning. I just wanted to mention that we should make sure we're getting global perspectives. There's a lot behind these boxes, but make sure that we are ticking all the jurisdictions that we usually do. And then another thing is on the balance of stakeholder perspectives, because we spoke a lot about testing these with firms, and we're doing things a little bit differently. Testing these with firms versus testing these with other stakeholders. And that list of questions that is mentioned in paragraph 4, but still needs to be evolved, is important to see what type of feedback we will be getting from these viewpoints to make sure that we have enough information to answer the big questions that come after the 6 months.
Sorry, Sadia, yes, fair questions. So in terms of resources, I think it's a little bit your question. Looking at these 4 pillars, they will be addressed at different levels. For instance, the meetings with senior leadership, we are more thinking about myself, Ken, Chana, addressing the top leadership in the firms, regulators, and etc. So this is more for us. Then with respect to the others, the last one, the simulation exercise, we don't know if you are going to be able to do it or not. It's just a plan that we wanted to hear from you, if possible, if you think that's a good thing. With respect to having a global perspective and also testing with regulators, sure, and that's why these stakeholder groups, these focus groups include firms, regulators, firms, the GPPC, small firms, and regulators, and with investors who have not been forgotten, Mark. We thought that probably we don't have the resources to do it this way, but also it's very difficult to put stakeholders working this way with us, like receive the questions, respond. They are not used to that. So we are planning a slightly different approach to stakeholders. And the plan is that this is going to be as comprehensive as possible. We cannot cover everyone, all the funds, all the geographies, but as possible, we will try to be comprehensive in terms of the coverage that this takes. With respect to the processing, the feedback, yes, it's going to be challenging, but we need to do it. The alternative is again to be blamed for not having done what we should do before we make a decision. That's been the concern. That was the issue with the sustainability, fairly or unfairly. I'm not going to comment, but I was like, well, you didn't hear, you didn't consult, we didn't know, blah, blah, blah. So this time nobody will be able to say that they didn't know. And that's why we are making all these big efforts. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. That So my comment is I really do like this approach. And I think on the stakeholder meeting and the simulation in particular, there's a great opportunity to co-create. When you co-create with some of these stakeholder groups, you get buy-in, so you reduce friction. I mean, there's a lot of benefit in terms of what we do. So I think it's important that we make sure we internalize a little bit that there are some things we can do very helpfully and very naturally in many respects, so we can go a little bit further, a little bit faster, but also reduce friction later on. So this might be a great project to do that with, because it has been controversial to date. So there may be a way that we can learn from that and say, okay, how do we do that going forward? And then embed that in other projects as well, because there's an opportunity, I think, in many of them.
Yeah, thank you, David. I didn't mention it, but of course, this is also one of the objectives, is that once we have something, that stakeholders will at least feel that they were part of the solution or of the decision, and not just takers of that solution. Okay, Amarjit, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a couple of specific points. One is on the proposed engagement with investor groups. So I was looking at the paper, para 8, the last bullet, the fourth bullet. So this says that the project team plans to seek input from investor groups once the IESBA has determined the best approach to the development of the FCG framework. So I was just wondering, why don't we consult the investors earlier? Why are we doing it at a later stage? Maybe there's a good reason, but I was just wondering about that. So that was one. Second is on para 13, in terms of the interview series. There's a proposal to do 3 external interviews on 3 specific FCG elements: ethical leadership, education and training, and incentives and disincentives. Again, this is fine with me, but just wondering what is the rationale for picking these 3 and perhaps not others. And the last point, I think, which I made yesterday, so I'll not repeat. This is on purposes of outreach, para 4. So the feedback is to be obtained from stakeholders on the usefulness, and I had some difficulty with that, because I think the usefulness of this project is anyway established, and why we want to reopen it with the stakeholders. I'll pause with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amarjit. So Laura mentioned at the start, I think, that this document was posted before we had some internal discussions. And so there were some developments further to this document. And your points are exactly on some of them. First, on the investors, as I said, this was part of our discussion after the document was posted, and that we thought that we cannot wait for the day after the decision, that we need to consult ahead of it. And this was agreed, even if we agree that we cannot do everything with everyone the same way. So we will take a slightly different approach with that in that respect. Secondly, on the interviews, you're right. So it says that we are going to focus the interviews on 3 viewpoints, but in our discussions, we concluded that the interviews can be of different nature and different scope and at different level. For instance, if we get a personality, I'm not going to say names, to be interviewed by us, we are not going to ask about a specific viewpoint. We are going to speak about the importance of culture and governance and these things. So we can have different interviews at different levels, some of them on the viewpoints, some others on more strategic, with a more strategic approach on the framework, on the importance of the topic. And lastly, on the usefulness, it was your point was taken. I think that the word was not probably well chosen. I think that the concern that was behind that word was that we may need to test if one viewpoint, one specific element or whatever is actually that important, or if we may consider that it's done, or I don't know. So, but the point is taken and noted, Amarjit, and thank you for noting it, because your point, like, we should not consult about the usefulness of the project. That's right. Okay. Yes.
Sorry, Gabriela, can I just So very quickly on the first point, did you say that engagement with investors will be done later? I mean,
No. I was saying that that's what's in the document. And I think that
fine.
you challenged, but then further to after the posting of the document, we discussed and concluded that we cannot delay it for the day after the decision. So we will do it before to be seen how we can do it. Some few things are being already put in place. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you.
Hector, please.
Just briefly, a comment that we met with Jen Season from ICGN at an early stage, so it would not be the first time we talk to investors.
I know, but we met with all those people more or less before, and now this is the second round, and we need to have them in the loop and understanding the value of the project and not delay and say, well, here's the project, what do you think? But thank you for mentioning it, Hector. Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to just again be very clear about the purpose of the outreach plan of the first 2 quarters of the year. One of the 2 purposes really is about the viewpoints. The focus is going to be on the viewpoints. It's about not so much a usefulness, but the usability of the viewpoints. It's about the usability, the operability of the viewpoints, the clarity of them, and importantly, what stakeholders think about the proportionality of the viewpoints, because we really want them to be proportionate. So that's going to be very important feedback that we need to bring back to the board in June, because as indicated earlier, the board has been working very diligently and very intensely on developing the viewpoints, but we have not had a chance and an opportunity to really engage with stakeholders on those viewpoints. And secondly, it is about really exposing the options and gathering already some early reactions, feedback on those options with a view to helping inform the board's consideration next June. So these are essentially the 2 prongs of the outreach plan. I just want to say a few additional words on this simulation exercise. This is something that we're actively exploring with a couple of experts who have deep expertise in this space. And essentially, it is about creating a bit of a sandbox to enable us to work with a firm, if you can identify a firm that would be willing to work with us, to not so much identify whether there are gaps in the viewpoints, because we may well find that as we go along, we may identify some additional considerations that we can bring back to the board. But that's not really the primary purpose of the simulation. The primary purpose is really to bring deeper insights to the board that we would not otherwise gain from simply talking to stakeholders in the, maybe I'll borrow your term, Chair, the kind of kiss and go encounters where we go into a meeting, we spend an hour talking to stakeholders, presenting what the board has done so far and answering some questions, and then going back to the board. This is going to be, in a way, working through the abstract and trying to bring the abstract to life through simulating with some people in the firms as to how they would work with those viewpoints if there were indeed principles within the framework. Which ones are those viewpoints are not clear, or there are elements of doubt, or they are not sure how to interpret those viewpoints, etc. So all of this is going to be very useful information that we can help tabulate, distill, and bring to the board next June to enable the board to really make an even deeper sort of informed view as to how to proceed on the development of the framework.
Thank you, Ken. Mark, please.
Sort of a word of warning, really, on developing the proposal for a simulation exercise. And that is doing a simulation exercise with one firm, in my view, won't work, because firms are all different and therefore they have very different strengths, areas for development. They act in different ways. So testing on one firm may show the applicability of the framework to one firm, but it doesn't really give you a broader understanding of the implementability, just because you won't see them. I think the idea of using facilitators is a great idea, but the number of people with an understanding of facilitating this sort of thing in this sort of environment is really limited. And I think, you know, from my own experience, where you try and facilitate with someone who says, well, I do something similar, so therefore it will work here, it doesn't work. So there's a sort of thing there. And I should have said when I made the earlier comments, one of the real values of doing the firm culture and governance work, certainly where we've had really good feedback from the firms, is they're not only really interested in evaluating themselves and where they stand, but in an anonymized way, they want to know where they're good and where they're bad relative to their peers. And that's all that. So I would question throwing too much resource into a simulation, because you might not get very much out of it.
Well, thanks for that feedback, Mark. And that's, well, the reasons why we are saying that we are exploring and we have not decided are many. Of course, ideally, we will not do it with one firm. We would do it with different firms with different characteristics. The fact is that we don't have the resources, and we don't have the capacity, and we don't have the budget, and we don't have nothing of that. So that's as much as we can do. Now, is it useful? I mean, of course, we will not get the insights of all the firms, different firms, etc. The expectation might be a little bit that that firm might bring not only its own experience, but the experience of others that they know, and that it at least would allow us from one exercise with one firm to understand that there might be some issues, that there might be some improvements. It's not that much to make, it could be also to make the firm understand where they are doing well and where they could be doing better, but it's also for us to try to test it in the real world. Now, it's an open question, because not only the board needs to be not only comfortable, but have the conviction that this is useful, but also then we have other, even if the board says, okay, let's go for it, there are other challenges to overcome in the way, but before anything, we need to know what you think about it. And with respect to facilitators, maybe here, Ken, I want to say something else. I see your point that this is a very specific world and environment, but we might have some good help always in this condition that it's us running the exercise. It's not leaving it for others to drive it or to be at the top of it, but having some help with things that we don't know exactly how this could be done in the best way. Mm-hmm. But open for discussion, of course. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair, and apologize again for taking so much time. I have only 2 points from listening to Ken on the objective of the engagement and his perception that we are closer to 80 than to 20, or I find it very difficult to reconcile that the viewpoints are not the product, are not the framework. If they're not the framework, what is missing? Just tweaking the language or adding a few elements, and then we have the framework. So we have the frame, or are we building something completely different that doesn't need one more letter to become the framework? If it's the second, then validating the viewpoints would be easier if we tell the stakeholders, this is not the framework. These are the topics that the framework is going to include. I'm sure that in your firms, you all do this. You all have training, you all have incentives and disincentives. I mean, I work with companies small and big, and they all have this. I'm pretty sure they have most of the elements of the framework. And that my second point goes to that. We don't need to simulate when there are many, many firms that are already deploying these viewpoints in their day-to-day work, and we can collect their experience, the way they do it. It's a simulation requires resources, requires time. We were discussing that it would take 7 years to see results. Are we going to wait 7 years for the simulation to work out? Or should we be instead collecting experiences of firms that already do this, that have learned from past cases? And I struggle with these two elements, and everything is sort of leading to the result being that the viewpoints are the framework, and that's it. We're done.
Okay, thank you, Hector. Rania, please.
Yeah, so concerning the simulation, I just wanted to add a few thoughts to this. So I kind of agree with what Hector said in the sense that I think if we're looking at creating, an ethical culture, I'm not sure, how a simulation exercise could help. That being said, I wanted to say that there are companies that develop simulations. And if you are, if the board is willing to invest in that and have the resources, and we think that, maybe that's one of the questions you could ask. Or I'm not sure, as you engage, not necessarily formally, but how helpful such a simulation exercise would be. And then you could have a company develop the simulation. There are some really excellent ones, develop simulations for Harvard, for the best, universities. And so as such, you could have more than one firm go through the simulation, and then you can tweak it. And over time, if it's your product and you own it, you could just, tweak it as you move forward and maybe add different components to it. And that could be a tool that we could use over the long run and not just for this particular, So it's one thing to think about.
That's for sure, Rania. The future, I personally would love to do that. But now we need to focus on what are we going to do in the next 6 months. And this is one of the elements that is being put forward for discussion. And we would like to understand how the board sees that. Also putting yourself in the shoes of the firms. And I'm not sure, but maybe the firms will tell us no way. And that's one of the questions that we have. Or maybe the firms or some firms will say, okay, we're ready to go. We will love it, and we think it's the best way to test. We don't know, and we would not go. We would not test it before we were to discuss this with the board. Sadia, please.
So my question was on the timing of the simulation exercise, because we could do a simulation exercise with viewpoints. We said we're going to do some consultation when we have a framework. And my question is that if we use the simulation exercise now, does this mean that we don't have that opportunity to do simulation exercises after the framework, especially as we balance resources? So just to think which one would get us the best value from the resources involved in that exercise.
So, no, okay, point taken. Rich, please.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate that we're all seeing aspects of this for the first time. Some of it, as Laura said, developed after the papers went out. And it's very thoughtful, and you articulated that well, Gabriella. I'm going to raise a practical point, and then I'll duck below the table. I think the board ought to consider, in light of what looks like a fairly good, thorough plan and approach, whether we do simulation or not, but even the other pieces, that we may need to push back our June decisions to a later date. Because I'm not sure we'll be able to get all this done and properly assess and assimilate it and think through that as we think towards what would end up in a document, and that may have an impact on how you decide what option you want to pursue. So just something I'll throw out there.
Well, Rich.
I know that's controversial.
Okay. No,
I'm just trying to be, I say that in the spirit of, if we need to, we should think about
That's for the board to decide. I personally, I understand your point. I personally would prefer to sacrifice something here than delaying the decision. Because it's been 2 years, it's going to be 2 years and a half until we make a decision or proposal about what we will be doing. And this is against everything that we have been hearing about the need for the stakeholders to be agile, effective. We will be allocating resources to this for a very long time. And I don't think that we have that many open questions. It's more about gathering the necessary clarity, information, and all these things. So we are crafting all these projects and all these things in a way that the promise that we made to make a decision in June in a well-informed, based on the strong outreach and etc., would be followed, and that we would really stick to the commitment that we have made. Now, that we should not shoot ourselves in our feet and say, okay, we are creating things which are not allowing us to advance. So that's my opinion, very clearly, but of course, open to discussion. Chana, please.
So, listen to all the conversations, I sort of feel that in the next 6 months, we probably don't need to do the simulation. Why I say that is what's in the working group's report is things we got from the firms themselves that they're doing to certain extent already. So everything in the working group's report, which was done during 2024, is things that people said that they were doing. Yes, they're doing it to varying degrees, but none of it is really like stuff we made up. It's what people were already doing, and we sort of got the best practices from that. So I would sort of say we probably don't need the simulation just yet, and we could do the other things, and that could balance the resources and still keep to the June commitment.
So is it your proposal, Chana, that, well, basically there are a few things here that I don't think are negotiable. The meetings with the JSS, SAC, pharma firms, it's not our decision, it's their decision.
Yeah.
It's part of the institutional regular meeting, so I don't think that we can push it back. The January, so that one, it's mostly the focus group discussions that you are saying that we should.
No, I'm just sort of talking about the simulation.
Oh, I thought that you were saying that we needed to do it now.
No, I'm
Okay,
sort of
sorry.
saying we don't need to do it in the next 6 months.
Oh, we don't need to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, the simulation exercise is intended to be additive to what the board has already been discussing in terms of processing the feedback from all stakeholders across the extensive outreach, roundtables, etc. And all of that feedback has essentially found its way into the viewpoints. So what we have now are the sets of viewpoints. And the idea of the simulation is not that this is going to be a 6-month exercise. No, it can be done within a week. But we really want it to be a sandbox exercise where we're going to test the viewpoints. It's about the viewpoints. It's not about what stakeholders have told us, because viewpoints are not simply a regurgitation necessary of what stakeholders have told us. Because if that's the case, well, we have everything we need. We don't need to go any further. We don't even need all of these meetings because everything is in the working group report. So, but what we are intending to do is from the viewpoints, we're moving forward from there to test them in terms of what, practically speaking, would stakeholders see them in terms of their usability, in terms of their implementability, in terms of their clarity, that otherwise we would not be able to hear directly from simply having yet the regular conversations with the JSS, the SAC, the firms, et cetera, et cetera. So it's intended to be an additional avenue to get deeper insights that we can then bring to the board in June. And that's the opportunity. Not that we cannot do the simulation after June, but that's the opportunity to help bring as much feedback and as much input that we possibly can, and importantly, the insights in terms of how those viewpoints would potentially operate in practice.
Thank you.
Okay, potentially very risky statement. But given the depth and completeness of this engagement, awareness, and outreach process, is there any risk that we're stirring fear that we're definitely set our minds? The viewpoints are going to become standards. So going through due process, we're kind of on a road to that. Is there any risk that people get anxious that, whoa, you're talking to us in such depth that clearly you're just going through due process because you're doing standards? And how do, yeah, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, Paul, thank you for raising that. Well, there is always a risk that people understand different things from what we have heard over the last 2 years. The risk of misunderstandings is still there, and we don't know why. But I don't think that that's the case. I think that we have been so clear now that we have not made any decision that I don't think that's the risk. Now, we are taking a different path in terms of outreach and conversations with stakeholders, completely different. That's what this demonstrates. But this is part of commitments that we made last June when we changed, we adjusted the strategy of the board and said, okay, we are going to focus on adoption and implementation, better engagement with stakeholders, dialogue, better communication. And we need to walk the talk, and that's what we are trying to do now. Are we getting it right? Well, we don't know, we cannot be sure, but at least we are making an attempt to stick to the commitments that we made because we think it's the right way to go. If this is understood like we are being too kind, now we have a problem, but that's really the approach that we want to take, and not necessarily, this is not part of a due, yeah, it's part of the due process in the sense that we are consulting, but that we are discussing. But well, if anyone hears that this is what's being understood, please alert us, and we'll make us a press release saying no, it's not. So thank you, Paul. Obichukwu, please.
Thank you. The plan is a good plan, and it's also a very let's say a very busy plan. It has a lot of things to be done within a short time, and it would be nice if we know the kind of questions under the focus group discussions. It would have been nice if we have an example of the kind of briefing notes with questions on viewpoints that will be shared during the focus group. Also, on the stakeholder meetings, from what we have been discussing since, there have been points on getting stakeholder views on the viewpoints. And the stakeholders we are seeing here, seeing more Asia. And Asia is, if I'm not mistaken, it's known for being ethically compliant. It would have been nice if we also add those jurisdictions where scandals has regularly been reported to also get their input. And then I still believe that I feel that some of these things will add more value if we have a framework, a draft framework. And then the simulation exercise, like some people have said, I think it's a lot doing almost the same things in different ways. Because if we are getting stakeholders from senior leadership to ask them their views or the implementability, usefulness, and whatever about the viewpoints, then we are still going back to do simulation. Is it that we are not, and that still goes back to what Crystal and what I also said. Is it that there's a fear that we might not get this right? Because if we have called people, senior leadership, to tell us how does this thing work, can it work, can it fly, and then we're still going back to do simulation, I think that's a bit doing the same thing. Even though simulation can give you a more deeper insight, but given that this is just the viewpoint, this is not the framework, and given the limitation of resources and time, I think the simulation might not be very useful at this, might not be very expedient at this point in time, since we're going to meet with senior leadership to get their views. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abichuku. So I think that we need to stop now, otherwise you will not have lunch. We are now left with 45 minutes. I think this has been very good input and discussion. I don't know if we need 10 minutes after lunch just to wrap up on this conversation, probably. But we will need to stop now, otherwise you'll have to skip lunch, and I don't think it's an option after all the energy we spent in this discussion. So we'll come back at 1:20.
No, 1:30,
sorry,
1:30, but
yeah.
please finish your lunch at 1:20 and put away all your used plates and cups and so forth, so that the cleaners, the support staff here can tidy up
Okay.
after lunch.
Thank you very much, and we'll use 10 minutes after the lunch to wrap up on this conversation. Thank you for being back on time. And I think that we will take this first, I hope, 10 minutes to wrap up on the conversation yesterday and today on the Farm Culture and Governance projects. So with respect to the overarching piece, the contextual piece and the viewpoints, the project team will take back the comments, which were fairly concrete and objective and not very, they were substantive, of course, but they will not change that much. And they will come back this Friday, not the next Friday, with a revised proposal for you. ISQM1 didn't raise any specific concerns. There were also some very good comments for some details that the project team will need to look at, but I don't expect any major concern. Now, the two topics on which we had major discussions were the options for the framework and the outreach plan, or more than the outreach plan, the approach to the next 6 months in terms of outreach or other things. So from the discussion, I think that we may conclude that these 5 options, let's put it like this, will be important to socialize with stakeholders, and that as we go out and discuss with stakeholders, we must have these options not only in mind, but also make sure that our stakeholders have the options in mind as well. Not saying that we are going to develop a straw man for each one of the options or nothing like that, but as we discuss the viewpoints and the framework, these options should be visible and make stakeholders understand that they are not a closed list of options. There might be even some combinations, but at least there are enough examples of how we can go and move forward for stakeholders to assess the viewpoints and the elements of the viewpoints against possible future options. So I think that we can agree on that. Now, on the outreach plan, from this discussion, I also can conclude that board members think that it's challenging, but I also can conclude that you basically agree on the outreach plan and on the idea that from January to December, we should be doing this outreach. We should be speaking with stakeholders intensively. Now, the question that remains is on the possible simulation. But I would say that we should test it against the concrete possibilities. If the board agrees or accepts that that might be an additional complementary, as Ken said, option to add to the information that we will gather through meetings at high level with the firms and regulators and investors. These regular meetings with stakeholders, the focus groups, etc., that this might be a way of gathering additional information. On the communications piece, I mean, we had some questions, good questions from Rani, namely about what's the objective of this, but I think that it was made clear. So basically, I think that we can agree on the outreach plan that has been proposed. With this question, will it be possible to simulate or not? And that we will assess it ourselves against capacity, against viability, against even the openness of stakeholders to do it with us, and etc. I don't think it will harm us. Of course, whatever we get from that exercise, if we do it, and there is a question if we can do it or not, we will bring it back to the board, and of course, it will have the value that it will have. It's basically the testing with one farm, so we cannot generalize it, but at least it can give us more concrete information about what in the field this means. Now, what are we going to do over the next 6 months? And when we say we, it's of course the board, the staff, at all levels. This outreach plan will take us a lot, and here I would ask each one of the board members to be open to help as much as we can. If we reach out to you and say, look, we need to speak with these people, we need to make these people understand this and that, we need to find the right people for this, we will need the help of the board members in very many ways, even for the communications exercise. That will be very valuable if you want to do articles, if we want to do interviews and all these things. So this is not going to be a Jeff, Joanne, and Laura exercise. This is going to be really a collective exercise for all of us, and that is important to say. Now, we can, as we go over the next times, and depending on what we hear from the outreach that we are going to do, but based on the fact that we have a report which was based on extensive consultation, information, etc. We have the viewpoints, which has been already extensively consulted and etc. We may, at the same time, try to develop something to be presented to the board, like a very draft straw man of something, that then the board can look at and say, okay, this might go better as option D or as option A or as option whatever, without any previous preconceived idea about what this could be. So very, very neutral in terms of direction, in terms of format, in terms of location, in terms of authority, etc. It would be basically agreeing on which are the principles that we would like to see in that framework, whatever that framework is going to be. Because also during this outreach phase, we will be not only testing the viewpoints, but also collecting information which is going to be critical in terms of practices, of what exists in practice in the farms, what regulators see in terms of what's the relative importance of things, what is really creating issues or not. So this additional information will be extremely critical for us to make again, an informed decision in June. I think that this approach, at the same time that allows us to say honestly that we are walking the talk in the many ways that we have assumed to do, not only generally in terms of the strategy that we are adopting to in respect to relationship with stakeholders, dialogue, transparency, feedback loop, etc., but also allows us to meet the commitment that we made to make an informed decision in June. I would say that when we get to June, we must need to be able to say that we couldn't have done more in terms of engagement, in terms of collecting information, in terms of testing, in terms of understanding, and all these things. So that's my the way I would wrap this up. We had a conversation with the project team, board advisors, etc., during lunchtime, and I think that we can agree on that. Delaying would be complicated in the sense that it would all the effort that we have been doing to make sure that the stakeholders are engaged, understand, etc., would be lost if we were to delay again. We might have to restart again. And at the same time, this might allow the board in June not only to make a decision based on information, collection of ideas, blah, 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 but also something already a little bit more concrete that would allow the board to look and say, okay, this is the basis, the seeds of a framework, and we can look at it and see in which direction this could be. And then the work after that would be actually to pick the decision of the board and move forward with developing and something that can be presented to the board later somewhere. We'll see. Is this, does this summarize the discussion? Is everyone in agreement with this approach? Is there anything that I have missed or misunderstood or that you'd like to see different? Or can we agree on this approach? Okay. So thank you very much. It was less than 10 minutes, I think. But and this was thanks to the excellent discussions that we had. I note that everyone participated, which is excellent. And even if we did not start from the same points of view and the same positions, it's this diversity and the disagreement sometimes that brings the better decisions. This is not perfect, but this is, I think, the best that we can achieve, ensuring full transparency and full loyalty to our values, to our commitments, and to stakeholders that we and the public interest that we want to serve. Okay, thank you very much to all of you. And with this, we can move to the next topic, which is, I don't know, Robert, you want to say anything?
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So the next topic, thank you, project team. The next topic, as I said, is a report back or update from the IMAG. I don't never know how to call it, IMAG. Just to set the context, of course, this group was created with the intention and the purpose of better serving our commitment to be engaged on adoption and implementation support to stakeholders. By the end of last year, the start of this year, there were all these concerns about the complexity of the IESBA, that it was not implementable, it was complex, it was this and that and that. And because of that, and because we want to serve stakeholders and the public interest well, we decided to create this group. And this group composed by people who have their hands in the cement, like working with sustainability assurance, would allow us to identify on an early basis any possible issues, obstacles, difficulties, uncertainties, or even fatal flaws that we may need to deal with. This was the best decision that we made, because now we have a mechanism which is transparent, open, objective. If anyone says, oh, we are having a lot of issues with IESBA, bring it through IMAG, and we have a methodology, a process, and an approach which is objective to these concerns. So it's starting to give fruits. Luigi has been chairing, thank you very much, Luigi, this group on our side, and we are eager to listen about the first results and the first information that we get from this group.
Thank you, Gabriela. And before starting the presentation, I have to thank Bruno, since he provided us a valuable insight about value chain that a group of professionals prepared in France. And we also would like to welcome Karen, who is an IMAC member and who is also attending as an observer of this meeting. Basically, you can go on. We had 2 meetings this year, and we realized, by the way, that probably we need to increase the speed and the duration of these meetings, because there are so many very interesting matters raised by the member of the IMAC that we probably will receive requests, but we will do that. We will increase the number of meetings and the duration of the meetings in order to be able to collect and to digest all the comments that we received. The meeting and the outcome have been managed in coordination with the Adoption and Implementation Working Group. We can say that the Adoption and Implementation Working Group is, let's say, I don't know whether the word is right, but our oversight, and they are providing guidance and comments in order to go on with this process. And the next meeting is scheduled for February, and probably then, as mentioned before, we will have additional meeting with a faster, with more frequent. Please go on. Yeah, at the meeting, there is the attendance of a member of IESB, because we are working together. Sometimes the comments we receive are in the middle between the remit of IESBA and the remit of IESB, and therefore working together provide us the way in order to address in a proper way the comments and to direct to the right audience. I will stop here. I wonder whether you may summarize the preliminary outcome of our group.
Thank you, Luigi. So yes, in the rest of the presentation, we would like to just go through the issues that the IMAG has identified up to date. We have circulated this slide deck to you in advance, so you can see that there are the issues raised, and there is also a proposed actions column, which was in coordination with IMAG, and also including input from the A&I working group that Luigi mentioned. That you will see that we wanted to provide you a full picture. So all the issues that we believe relevant for the board's considerations are included here, but sometimes we don't have proposed actions yet, simply because we didn't have the possibility to discuss every details of the IMAG, but we wanted to highlight that for your consideration. So the first group of issues, no wonder related to the value chain components, which the IMAG member also indicated that this is one of the most complex part of the IESA. So I think the key three issues, and maybe Luigi, if that's okay, I would talk about all the threes and we can collect comments after that. So one of the issues that IMAG members raised, that indeed there is still an evolving reporting landscape out there. So entities are more granular in their reporting about the value chain information, and therefore in some instances firms as well need to use different assurance practices. So basically this just really points to the direction that we don't know what are going to be the big issues, because there are so many changes out there. So the IMAG members raise that point that we need to monitor the practice. So basically that's what we are doing, and need to be agile and provide rapid responses to these matters. I think what we discussed with the A&I working group here is it is really important, as Gabriela also mentioned, that we have early information about these issues. So we need to consider possible ways to get information about these implementation challenges, which is difficult because their IESA is not implemented there. So we need to just understand a landscape that is not currently totally in place. So this is one of the challenge that we are facing. The other issue regarding the value chain components that we have heard during the IESA discussion as well is related to identifying the value chain components and also maintaining the independence when changes occur during the engagement period in the value chain and in the value chain components. And although in the IESA we have a guidance for that, what IMAG members raised that we should consider that indeed there is a challenge to getting information on the changes because they don't have control over these entities. And usually it depends on the communication with the client, which is not always up to date. So this is one of the difficulty, and also the difficulties around developing the systems that could follow these value chain components. So this is something that I think we already touched base while we developing the IESA. So our proposed action to that, what Luigi also mentioned, to work together with IAASB, because the identification of the value chain components is not an IESA matter, it's an assurance matter. So we need to provide guidance and supporting material together with IAASB. And this is something that we already discussed with the IAASB staff. And maybe we can come up or provide some more FAQs, case studies that could help the users of the IESA to highlight that what it is currently in the IESA. So that's where we believe that now we need to focus on providing more supporting material at this stage. And the final matter that was raised regarding the value chain component is, again, identification of the component, but it's more about that there are big value chain groups and complexes that we are talking about. So there are more plants or holding companies. And although we are providing, again, detailed guidance on how to identify the value chain component, if it's a legal entity or not a legal entity, it's more around the issue of how to identify where the information is coming from in a big group of value chain. And this is, again, something that we believe we need to work together with the IAASB as well and see that what useful material, maybe case studies. We believe that the case studies could be the most useful in this situation, that the stakeholders could probably, it's more of a educational purposes as well. So we are working together with the IMAG members to get scenarios that we can use for these case studies or real life examples where these issues came up. So this is an ongoing process on the development of these case studies as well. So I think regarding the value chain, these are the three key matters that we identified. And I would just stop here. Is there anything else, Luigi, you would like to?
Now, of course, the status of this matter is at the very early stage, because of course, so far we have no one has experience due to the fact that it would be something that will be implemented later in the way. But these are preliminary issues, preliminary scenario that we had been provided. We also received some scenario from a member of the IMAD, which are very interesting, but still at the very early stage. And so it would be discussed in the future meetings.
So I think we open the floor for comments and questions. Gabrielle.
Hi, thank you very much, Luigi and Sylvia. And I'm opening the floor for questions, comments. Vanya, please.
Thank you. I'd like you to include Brazil as one of the cases for you to study, because in connection to the value chain, we decided to create a tool in Brazil inspired in VSME from Europe and the due diligence questionnaire from IFAC. And we celebrated a partnership with an entity in Brazil that deals with small and medium companies. And it will be voluntary, but they will be incentivized to prepare information in this tool. And there will be a component that will allow to largest companies that must report to enter this system and feed their reports with the information from small and medium companies. And we had around 70 volunteers in order to work in this project in Brazil. We divided that into 3 groups. The first one is the one that is studying the benchmarks, what is already there in the world that we can use. But the second one is the one that is studied the regulation, the standards, both from ISSB and IESBA, because there will be an equivalent to the public sector as well, and ISA 5000 and IESA, in order to make sure that the two have all the requirements to attend to the standards over there. And the third group is the validation one. It will be the one that will pick the companies and go with them and implement the tool and validate. And the auditors are already also engaged in that in order to verify the tool. So I think we will have a very good thing because it's very well advanced. We must have a pilot ready in 2026 for that. And we'll be open for you to implement, to study that as part of it.
Thank you very much, Vanya, for the information, which is very valuable. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things I was just thinking about as we were talking, especially when I see the issues raised under the first one, so reporting and assurance for value chain, what might be helpful as that evolves is to keep an eye on how it's being defined in IFRS S1, for example, and others, because that's what practitioners will actually use when they do their reporting and therefore what it'll be assured on. That might help define a little bit better where the parameters are when you collaborate as well with the IAASB.
Thank you, David. Nancy, please.
I just have a practical question, and probably more seeking a reminder about IMAG's responsibilities versus staff and board. As you move these proposed actions further and you get to a stage where proposed actions become actual actions, is it IMAG that is supporting that process? Is it staff? Is it some combination? Just trying to understand, is IMAG just purely an advisory body or are they more of a working group? Thank you.
I can start responding, Vanya, about the initiative in Brazil. I will be in contact with you, absolutely, because it is pretty interesting. There is something similar in Europe. I would like to get the information in order to understand. David, yes, absolutely. We will look at the IFRS one when we start dealing with more detail with this matter, of course, because when we go to the identification of value chain, I think it is necessary to make reference even to this one, absolutely. And Nancy, it is not within our remit to solve the matter.
Okay, that's what I thought.
We identify the matter, we will bring the matter to the adoption and implementation working group. Okay. If they believe that it is something that it is worth going on analyzing, then it would be a matter of the board to decide whether there is sufficient need of guidance or something else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Luigi. I think you can move to the next topic. Oh, sorry, I was not seeing Amajit, sorry.
Yeah, very quickly, just one suggestion, and Luigi, I'm not sure if we talked about this when you presented this to the A&I working group. So I understand it is beyond your remit to sort of develop the materials. It's more advisory, but maybe, your advice on prioritization in terms of the proposed actions. How do we prioritize? Like you mentioned about case studies, guidance, and so on. And that is actually coming in other slides as well. So what should be prioritized and what should be the proposed timelines? And just a thought to keep in mind when we take this further. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I completely agree with that. Of course, we will propose on the basis of what we heard and collected, but then it would be a common decision first with the adoption implementation group and then with this board, because when we identify and prioritize certain initiatives, these will absorb resources, of course, and therefore I think that, let's say, those that has the power to decide will be, well, let's say, the board members. But we will propose, of course, certain action to be implemented if the board is in agreement.
Okay, thank you very much, Luigi. If there are no other questions, I think you can move to the next topic.
So the next category are it's really difficult to come up with a summarizing category. So that's why we call it, it's the interoperability of IESBA with other standards, or the relationship with IESBA with other standards. And one of the first issue that we also discussed with the EMAG, but of course it came up with other outreach discussions as well, is the assessment of the equivalence of other frameworks or standards with the IESBA. So this is the at least as demanding issue. And we just received some feedback, others as well, but it was pointed out by the IMAG as well that there is still some uncertainty about how firms or organizations should do these assessment, especially when they are, for example, used the ISO standards. So it is more of an issue when there is not appropriate authority in the specific jurisdiction, or if we are talking about voluntary engagement. So I think in the market, they are still looking towards IEESB and IESBA to understand that how they should do these at least as demanding assessment. And it is not just an issue that we heard on the IESBA side. It's an issue for the IEESB or questions that IEESB received as well, and discussing the different practices that they are hearing regarding what firms are trying to propose to resolve these, how to resolve these at least as demanding problem. And of course, I think we cannot really provide a lot of help here, because it is clear in the ISSA 5000 standards as well that it is on the appropriate authority to make that kind of assessment. But we can provide some support to these authorities, and something that we are working together, or John is working together with the IAF as well, to see if there is a mapping exercise that is possible. So I think what we proposed as a potential action is to just be like agile and see where we can help and where we can support and respond some questions regarding the assessment of the equivalence of the IESA and other standards where necessary.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Mark, please.
Thank you. I remember this particular issue was always going to be a really quite challenging one to overcome. And I do wonder, just listening to you sort of run through it again, Sylvia, whether there is any merit at some point in this board considering whether one of the actions might be a letter to IOSCO, in a sense that IOSCO has engaged with a lot of jurisdictions in support of sustainability reporting more widely, and a number of those jurisdictions are going through legislative or other processes to try and support sustainability reporting. It may be that there is more leverage there, because I still believe when we were developing the IESA that this is not an IESBA problem to resolve, but we sort of are a conduit to share the information with those who might be better able to.
Thank you, Mark. Christelle, please.
I have one question, because I don't remember what happened about that, but we had extensive discussion with IAF. Was it on mapping of IESA compared to their ethical framework that is included in the ISO methodology, or am I completely wrong about that? So that's a question about it, because answering to jurisdictions, trying to help defining what is the level of equivalence, etc. I'm not very confident that we can do it at the right level of involvement and reproduce that regularly. maybe we could have an approach to do it once and issue a methodology, and say, okay, if you want to assess equivalence, you should go through this and this and this and kind of actions or thought process, etc., instead of engaging ourselves to do help that we do not have the means to do.
So, if I may, so before I go, Amajit, please.
Completely agree with Christelle. I think she said it. This can be a very ambitious project if we want to consider supporting authorities on the assessment of equivalence. I think we need to be realistic, and maybe we should not kind of look at something which is too ambitious.
Thank you, Amajit, and Mark and Christelle. So, Mark, to your point, when we were developing the IESA, it was your conviction and our conviction that this was not our role to be working with the non-PIs in a way that would allow them to come up with a conclusion or someone, whatever. Now, we did a lot of work, but an incredible amount of work, and I'll call it pro bono for the public interest, basically. Nobody would ask us for that, but we thought it was the right thing to do. And it was the right thing to do since the IESA was profession agnostic, so there is a chance that non-PIs would use it. And the only public interest result that we could consider was that they were able and prepared to do it properly and not based on the perception that they understood the standards. So the amount of resources that we put on that exercise was huge. And it was not because we wanted to serve the PIs, but because we wanted to serve the public interest, the non-PIs, sorry. Now, that's what we did for reasons which are completely out of our control. This didn't move forward in the way it was supposed to move in terms of them adopting the IESA and the ISO 5000 and things like that. And that's where we are now. We have this situation that we wanted to avoid, and it created misperceptions again that we wanted to help the non-PIs. No, we wanted to help the public interest. That's why I did it in a public agnostic, professional agnostic way, to avoid this result that we now have of people, non-PIs using other standards. Now, what can we do, Christelle, to your point, to your question? We cannot do much more than what we have done. What we have done with AIF, and by the way, AIF represents a significant number of non-PI organizations. So by working with AIF, we would be supposedly working with all these people indirectly. By working with them, doing the mapping exercise that was done, which was amazing. It was huge. It was intense. It was literally a pro bono thing that we did not have to do, but we did it for the public interest. More than that, and above all, it cannot be us saying if it's equivalent or if it's not equivalent. We should be very clear about that, because that assessment is not for the IESBA to do. We don't have that authority, we don't have that legitimacy, and it would be very risky for us to make any statements about equivalence or lack of equivalence. Also because it can be perceived differently from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, from policymaker to policymaker. So that's the most that we can do. Now, I agree with you, we cannot do the same with every non-professional agnostic organization, because it was almost impossible with AIF. It was well done, it's there. If at any time they want to resume the work and take this direction again, the work is done. So that's the most I think we can do. But it's regrettable that we are now in this situation after a non-professional, a professional agnostic standard that we have developed after all the work that we have done, and now this is the.
Yeah, and if I can add something, this is a situation that will last for a number of years, because of course the pace of adoption across the jurisdiction will be different. And so there will be jurisdiction that already had implemented or there would be jurisdiction that will implement after a number of years. So these are the type of issues that professional accountant or a non-professional accountant performing the work of sustainability assurance provider would meet everywhere, especially when they are assessing and assuring group information, because there would be jurisdiction within the group which has not implemented yet. And so there would be the issue in assessing the report they are receiving, basically. So this is not just something temporary, it will last for many years, I think.
I think that some regulators or policymakers are making the decision, and maybe China can say something about it. But for instance, in New Zealand, the IESA was recently adopted, and it was adopted for everyone. So there are no other standards. It's the, right. It's the IESA, and that's it. They have to.
Yeah. So I was just told on Sunday evening, I think, that the NZ AUSB has approved the IESA, but it has another endorsement step to go to the NZ XRB, which is the oversight body. And they have issued it as applicable to accountants and non-accountants, because initially there was some question mark about whether it would only be accountants. But apparently they got some feedback that everybody wanted to sort of, when some non-accountants had responded to the EDA. And this is both for 5,000 and as well as the ISA. So it's for the assurance and ethics and independence.
Okay, so that's what we have. Please.
Then there is one more matter on that slide, and I think Luigi already mentioned it, maybe in a different perspective, that what we have heard from IMAG members and from others as well, that in jurisdictions who will be early adopting the IESA, are going to be amongst the first who are adopting the IESA, they will be facing some challenges because other jurisdictions are not going forward with the adoption with the same pace. So if they, in a group situation, if they would like to use component practitioners, there will be a situation when component practitioners are not subject to the same standards or not subject to IESA. And that indeed will create some difficulties for them. They raised the example that, for example, what they should communicate or what the sustainability assurance practitioner should communicate to the component practitioners as instructions regarding the engagement, which is within the IMAG. It was also noted that it is not a unique situation to the IESA because there are new standards. So this is an issue, but probably with the IESA, given the extent of the standards, it's going to be an even bigger issue. And they highlighted that if we can, or the IESBA can consider some supporting material in that regard, that would be useful for them.
Thank you, Sylvia. Estelle?
Yeah, just to understand well, I think it's a usual situation in financial audit to find yourself facing component auditors that do not have the same professional code, that do not have locally the same reporting principles, etc. So the issue, they are used to issue the relevant instruction to get what they need to take their responsibility. So I have difficulty here to understand what's new under the sun and how it comes in the ethics side and not in the assurance side.
It affects both of them, not just us. Us, the ethics side of the work. The issue is that it is new for everyone, and therefore, depending on the implementation in a particular jurisdiction, there could be issues in terms of learning, in terms of practices, in terms of being able to perform this work according with these rules, and so on and so forth. So the implementation phase for those starting, for the early starters, are really may be really complicated due to this particular effect. In 10 years, probably this will be, let's say, business as usual, like now, like in these days for group audit, for example. It is normal to have this situation. But now, where everyone is starting and someone is starting before the others, everything is difficult. And this is the reason why the members suggested also to consider some sort of, let me use this word, first-time implementation, in order to provide some insight, some advice, some Q&A that could assist the early adopter or even the first-time adopter to navigate in these difficulties. In 5 year, 10 year time, I think would be the same as for group audit today, but now we are at the very beginning of everything.
Sorry, can we take some lessons from big shifts that the profession have supported, like the international accounting standards, etc., or maybe major shifts in the assurance, if any, in the late 15 years or whatever, and what transitioning support they found really valuable, etc., and they invested in. Because here we are asked, in fact, to invest in putting our shoes in a first implementation process and trying to support something there. I'll put in a bit blunt, but instead of having each actor investing in his future business. So while I understand that there is some scale economies, etc., are we really best positioned to issue something which would have a sort of global impact, fit for anywhere, which is our remit, is to have global standards. But is there a global first implementation process working sheet possible, or is each implementation depending on where you are locally, etc.? You see my point? So point is referencing to previous shifts, how the profession did it. Is there some lessons that we could capture back? And is there a global approach?
No, I agree, Christelle. And this is really the type of consideration that we are trying to articulate and develop, because it is not within the remit of our board, I think, to prepare a manual or an approach to perform this work. But we probably may assist in trying to solving the complicated issue that someone that started first faced, and certain challenges that are technical in nature, and try to provide some insight, scenario, and way in order for all the others to have a sort of facilitation.
So you intend to have these kind of questions in a more defined, practical way, come to the IMAG, take some position, submit to the board, and that it is issued as a contribution to implementation? That's what you intend, you propose, or?
Yeah, probably the flow would be a little bit different, because as mentioned before, it is not for the IMAG to find a solution. Well, IMAG could create scenario with proposed solution, because we have technical and experts within the IMAG, so we need to take advantage of that. But then it is a matter for the board to decide whether to go on with this project or not. And if so, probably there would be resources to be allocated to perform this work. The issue, as I mentioned before, the issue is not to create a guidance, a comprehensive guidance to guide the professional in this way, but to leverage on experience that someone is having in this period, and to provide some Q&A, some material that could assist all the others in considering all the complexity that could be all probably not, but complexities that they could face in this process.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I think this discussion is a great segue to our next topic. We already touched base on that. It's the first time implementation and issues that were raised basically in relation to the first time implementation of the standards. And I think I would go through each of the issues, and then the board can discuss that, what we can provide, as Luigi mentioned. There was a comment or a suggestion that there is indeed a need for supporting materials for the first time implementation. And at the IMAG level, IMAG members offered that they will present their experiences regarding the potential challenges arising from moving from the application of Part 4B to the IESBA with respect to the sustainability assurance engagement. So at the next meeting, we will hear a presentation from IMAG members, and hopefully we can discuss the challenges. And their suggestion was that based on that, the board can consider, or maybe it would be helpful to have a comprehensive or a guidance for these first time implementation. And one of the couple of issues that was raised regarding this first time implementation is the question around how to deal with and how to disclose the breaches to the independence requirement in the first year, because while transitioning from one standard to the other and also using IESA for the first time, there might be inadvertent breaches to the independence provisions, and whether if it's really necessary or how to disclose these breaches in the first year. So this is something that we will further discuss with the IMAG to better understand these specific situations when these breaches would occur. Similarly, there was a question raised regarding the provision of non-assurance services previously. So the situation is that the auditor of the client previously provided services, permissible services, but now in relation to, for example, the sustainability reporting or development of systems regarding the sustainability information that was permissible at that time. But now if the client would like to take up the sustainability assurance engagement as well, it wouldn't be, or it would create threats. Again, it's not something that is a specific situation to the IESA, but what's specific is that those sustainability information wasn't subject to sustainability assurance engagement before, so there is no clearance, so to say, and that might create some issues for, especially in jurisdictions where the auditor also needs to provide the sustainability assurance engagement, and that might create a situation when the auditor cannot be in engagement with the client anymore. So these were the issues that have been raised by the IMAG, and again with these specific two issues we are going to have further discussion to understand the examples. But as Luigi mentioned, it raises the question of whether there is a need for a guidance regarding the first time implementation.
Thank you, Sylvia. Questions, comments? Okay. Mark, please.
I just say in obviously collecting the different experiences and accepting this sort of does spill out over a number of years, think it'll also be helpful to understand what the transitional agreements, what the transitional arrangements need to be in a jurisdiction where you've got a statutory engagement, compared to a jurisdiction where you've got voluntary adoption of reporting and assurance, because that will bring with it another sort of different request that the group may need to advise the board on.
Thank you, Mark. So no other comments, even on the proposal to consider developing this guidance for first-time implementation? Okay, so go ahead. We'll see.
Can I go? Yeah. So the next type of issues was around the effective date and the transitional provisions. And regarding the deferred effective date for the provisions regarding the value chain component, you may remember that there was a condition, a transparency requirement that if the firm chooses to use the deferred effective date, the firm needs to disclose that fact. And there were questions raised that what should be the form of these disclosure, or not even the form, because that there was an FAQ on that, but they felt that it would be useful to have like a standardized text that they can consider. I think we were really effective in that point, because the IESB was developing some illustrative reports at that time. So we asked them to include a proposed text regarding using the effective date. It was consulted with the staff, and now it is part of the illustrative report. So this problem solved. Yes, so I think it's good to report on that this is what we we would like to do going forward as well.
This was solved by others.
And the other issue was we are getting questions regarding the transitional provisions, especially the transitional provisions regarding the use of the leader rotation, and how the firm should consider the previous years that the firm spent on an engagement, for example, a sustainability assurance engagement provided in accordance with Part 4B. So when the firm was the auditor, but provided the engagement under Part 4B, or wasn't the auditor. So this is something that we are in discussion with the IMAG members to understand the specific scenario. And we believe that it's early to say that maybe some case studies regarding these leader rotation with respect to engagement started before the effective date of the IESBA could be useful, even though we provided FAQs, but maybe again case studies might help the firms how to calculate the years or consider these engagements. So I would stop here.
Thank you, Sylvia. Any comments, questions? No, it's good. Thank you. So.
And the other implementation issues, I think I will just go line by line, because these are not big different issues. There were some discussion around the external experts, and the discussion or questions around the assessment of the objectivity of external experts. And there were an FAQs issued by the external by the experts working group. But what we heard from IMAG members that it would be good to provide some further materials regarding the assessment of the objectivity required, because it's based on the independence attributes, which is a new thing. And I think the example we received is especially in the oil gas industry, the assessment of the objectivity of the external experts creates some difficulties. So I don't know if you also have heard about that or any information on that, but this is something that we will further discuss with the IMAG members and get more specific examples and scenarios that maybe we can use as a case study or an FAQ going forward.
So they would need or ask for some additional guidance, but specifically because experts applies to everything, specifically related to
Specifically on
sustainability.
objectivity, how to assess objectivity, because it was noted that it was built in this way. The attributes are the same of independence, but they are applied on a different way. And so basically they were asking some material, some examples, some help in understanding how to perform this. It is still in a preliminary phase because we need to discuss different scenario with them in order to have clear understanding, but this was really the point.
Okay, thank you, Luigi. Go ahead.
So the next challenge or next question was around the application or the scoping of the international independent standards in the IESA, or the how to use these criteria. And I think we received several questions, but it was before we issued the FAQ. So I think the FAQs were it was reported that they were really useful to address some of the questions. But what we heard, and we are still discussing this case, that how to determine or how to consider the scoping if the criteria for the application of the independent standards changes during the engagement. For example, if the sustainability information gets disclosed for the public at a later stage, which would trigger the application of the international independent standard. So this is something that is not covered in the FAQs. And again, we believe that probably further FAQs on that matter could be useful. But we are in discussion with the IMAG to get specific scenarios when this happened or could happen and could trigger an issue. So that's related to the scoping. And
if we take the example of other main changes with the code that became applicable, did we have the same support line? I mean, helping solving specific cases that were difficult. So it's not a judgment. Did we do that before for big changes in, I don't know what kind of, new release of the code was very challenging, and expected specific support was produced by the IESBA?
Not that I'm aware of, Krista. We
On
did have,
nuclear, on pi.
we did, yes. So we did have a number of very significant standards that were issued over the past decade or so. I mean, you mentioned nuclear, the non-assurance services, independence provisions were also very challenging. But in a way, at the board, there was at least a belief or an interest in anticipating what might be the challenges and working closely with some of the firms. We did in fact put together a number of very useful non-authoritative materials. So not so much to work with the firms to provide detailed guidance to help them implement, because maybe that goes to Reggie's earlier point. We have not in the past, at least at the board, engaged in the practice of providing first-time implementation guidance, as one might understand these to be. That's been done, I think, on the IESBA side, in relation to ISQM1, I believe, particularly in the context of smaller practices, because that's a very specific stakeholder group. And there was already an appreciation that they might have those challenges and questions around implementation. But it's probably more understandable on the IESBA side when we think about a standard like SQM1, which is addressing the establishment of a system of quality management So very much process oriented, very much in terms of specific outcomes that need to be achieved. Whereas for ethics and independent standards, they are kind of a different kind of animal. So very different.
Thank you, Ken.
And the final issue that we discussed or that has been raised is regarding, or the question is how to operationalize the compliance with the independence requirements applicable to both audit and sustainability assurance engagement. So these are the cases when the firm provides both engagement to the same client, and the firm needs to comply with Part 4A and the IESBA at the same time. And it was pointed out that it could raise several questions for the firm, for example, in the case of long association, or even the objectivity of the EQR, which is a bit different topic. But so I think, again, we would like to get specific examples from the IMAG regarding that matter, so we can further help with some case studies and scenarios, because we already provided some guidance in the FAQs. So I think we would just need further input that where are those points or topics where they are facing for additional challenges, so we can be specific with our response as well.
Yes, Rania, please.
So I'm just wondering, so I mean, this is really very interesting. Like during the discussions, do you ever feel that, I mean, perhaps instead of waiting for the experts or the IMAG members to raise the issues, you might, for example, ask them about certain issues that were, let's say, hot topics around the table as we were developing the standard. For example, here comes to my attention, like the assurance provider providing both audit and sustainability assurance, for example, the issue of fees. And I mean, it would be interesting to ask them, you know, if that was at all an issue, how they resolved it, because sometimes there might be issues that, you know, from their perspective, it isn't an issue, but perhaps from our perspective, it might be, and it, just wondering.
Yeah. One of the things that we will have in the next meeting would be a presentation from those that are now implementing the IESA about all challenges or all big challenges that they faced during the implementation and are facing today. And so in order also to understand and to have an interactive discussion about what they are really experiencing, they are the first, so they are experiencing first, and therefore we ask them to let's say proactively present us all the challenges they had.
I think it would also be useful for us to have an idea about, I mean, I remember, I mean, as we were going through the development of the standard, some of the issues we weren't sure if they are at all applicable, whether in the reality of things, they would actually be an issue at all. And so it would help us to see how, I mean, what is the reality of this particular landscape? What are, I mean, perhaps some of the issues that are there in the standard, but in reality, they are, in practice, they're not much of an issue. They don't really come up. Whereas others, they are somehow the focus of the actual engagements, the actual work. So just to get some idea about the actual implementation, besides the challenges that they are facing, is what I'm saying. Not necessarily the challenges, but the reality of how the standard is actually being practiced, I would say. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Will do. Yeah, quite an interesting view.
Thanks, Sunam, please.
Just question. we have the channel, the online feedback platform. Have we received any challenges, issues through the system?
The
No. In addition to this, Oh,
We did not receive anything.
Okay, that's one. Secondly, back to this, yeah, we have around 10 questions. So in terms of percentage of questions, yeah, from TA or non-TA, do we have questions evenly from those two different sources?
Basically, so far we have received matters, questions, and element to consider just from the IMAG, not from outside. Well, we also received from Bruno, as I mentioned
In
before.
terms of
but all of them were from the PA.
Okay, okay.
Okay, Sylvia, Luigi. Oh, sorry, say David. I never see your.
Thank you. So I was reflecting as we were talking through and you were sharing and articulating the issues. So one takeaway I took is we need to help get you connected a little bit more to non-PAs, which I think the board can probably help you with. And maybe I'll talk to Bruno and we'll see if we can find some, certainly, and Christelle through Europe. I'm sure we can do that. But the other thing I was reflecting on, just going through this, a lot of the proposed actions or the proposed solutions will entail developing implementation guidance, clarification, whatever name we want to call it, implementation guides. And although I love the ambition, I really do, I'm wondering where the people are going to come from that will actually be able to create it. Because, for example, a first-time implementation guide is a lot of work. So do you have any thoughts around where we could potentially leverage resources or how we might go about addressing that? Because I think it's a great idea and the ambition's right. It's just how do we actually get it done? So as I was just reading, because a lot of them are like that, and I was just wondering, how are we going to do that? Because I agree it's valuable. I just worry that collectively we don't have enough arms, legs, and heads to do it.
No, and this is a fair point, David. And I think that this should be one of the matters we should discuss within the IMAG, because within the IMAG there are representatives of large organizations, and therefore we will need to see whether there is an appetite to be involved and to help us, our staff, in order to implement some sort of help. Let's define it as an help at the moment. And so it is still to be discussed and to be analyzed. So we have not yet faced this issue.
Okay, something to have in mind. Okay. Any other comment or question to Luigi and Sylvia? So Luigi, Sylvia, any final remarks? That this is the last slide, right?
Yep. So we will go on with our process, with our group that are providing a lot of important insight. We are received last week also some scenario from one member that is still to be examined, and we will report to you on a periodic basis and to adoption and implementation working group on a continuous basis.
Okay, thank you. Just
one question. You had 2 meetings, yes? So what's your appreciation on the running of that group? They are collaborative amongst them. They see some value. You see what I mean? What's the spirit right now?
No, I think that the spirit is very good. It is collaborative, and the ambition that I see in this group is to be the group that identify matters that require help, not just for a specific purpose, but for the general users. And the difficulties here is to try to prioritize those matters that really are very relevant for everyone and not just for specific purpose. And I think that the group is working in this way very well.
Thank you very much, Luigi and Sylvia. Again, I think this is an important instrument that has been put in place. I remember you suggesting it, Luigi, well, some time ago, and it was actually the best thing that we could conceive, not only to manage some concerns, which might not have that adherence sometimes to the reality, but also to acknowledge that the concerns may, in some cases, have some reasons to exist, and that we need to be ready not only to issue standards, but also to deal with what comes after, which is exactly what this is about. I think that this has been extremely helpful in lowering the concerns and the comments and the complaints about the complexity of the IESA. The IESA is complex as the reality is complex. Maybe we might have done something in a different way, but ultimately what matters is that we have an instrument in place to deal with that and help stakeholders. So thank you very much for chairing this group. And Sylvia, thank you for the work that is being done, and we are looking forward to know more, namely through this practical experience that you said it's going to be conveyed to us more directly, and it's important for us to have this proximity with how the standards are being implemented and what's being created. So very well, thank you very much. Well done. Christelle, do you still want to speak? No? So yes, Grania?
Yeah. I just have a question. So concerning the size of the IMAG, do you feel that you can add more members? Is it the right size? Is it too big? Is it too small? Just out of curiosity.
So far, I think is the right size. Probably when other jurisdiction will join the implementation, maybe we should consider additional members from these jurisdiction. But at the moment, I think it is a fair number to receive input.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so I think that's all for us for today. A little bit out of schedule, but it's good also that you'll have some time to breathe and to take the cold, the fresh air outside. Thank you very much for these excellent discussions today and excellent input. And we will meet again tomorrow at 9. Ahead of us, well, Luigi will be on the spot again because it's about CIVs. It's our first topic in the morning, and it's going to be an important moment because we need to make decisions with respect to this topic, which has been on our agenda for already a long, long time. So it's time to clarify what we are going to do, what we are not going to do. And I hope that you had the opportunity to go through the report and have clarity about what can be done and what cannot be done. So that's going to be the first topic for tomorrow. And then we have a few other things, the SMART updates on what we have been doing and thinking about how the SMART can help us, technology as well. And then finally, we will move to the IFAC offices to have a joint meeting with IESB on the SWP following the discussions that we had on both sides. So that's the agenda for tomorrow. The agenda for today, you will choose it yourself. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day and have a nice evening. Keep warm somewhere if you can, and get a good rest because I think that everyone deserves it today after these very good discussions. Thank you very much.
If I may, just a few quick announcements, if I may. First of all, just a reminder again about the cleanup procedures. So do make sure that you clean up your respective part of this big desk. That would be very helpful. Number 2, the social activity. Those who have signed up for the social activity should have received the details from ASTU. If you haven't received anything, please just speak with her by all means. Number 3, we're just reminded again from the support staff here that there are certain reserved areas for Justice Board and meeting rooms. and therefore, if you would like to have a separate meeting rooms, just on the moment, please speak with Astrid and Diana first so that they can find a meeting room for you. In other words, avoid going into a meeting room that you've not been pre-assigned to, because they may already have other plans for those meeting rooms. So just, again, we're just being guests here and speak to our support staff so they can do what is necessary. And importantly, more for the board agenda tomorrow, we are going to be circulating the revised draft of the joint survey, the strategy survey. The teams have been very busy working, and yesterday we had a meeting after the board meeting that ended up around 9 o'clock. So you can imagine there was a lot of work on the drafting, etc. You will see a number of changes, but we've tried as best as we can to reconcile as much of the inputs that we've received from the two boards. And you may find some of your comments have been reflected in the document, but you may find also that some of your comments have not been picked up, simply because we also have to make sure that whatever changes have been suggested at this board also would work on their side. So it's been a bit of a working team effort, I would say, on the two sides, and equally on their side as well. They've had some such changes suggested by their board that we've kind of worked through and made an assessment as to what would make sense from our board's perspective as well. Right, so that document will be circulated by the end of the day. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
All right,
see you tomorrow.
enjoy the rest of the day.